The mania.
David Weiss.
I've got a
Weiss
mania for pandemonium in Panama.
Isn't that a Van Halen song?
It should be.
I think it is.
David Weiss.
I gotta explain to you
a lot of flat earthers into
and a canal, the Panamanian Canal. It's flat,
Weiss
so flat. Did I check it? Fuck no, but believe it.
Well, I mean, you're gonna, what?
Are you still flat Earth when you're sober?
Ooh,
you're gonna deal
coming in hot.
Getting a bit tired.
You're gonna deal with the worst of the worst here pretty soon. I mean, when my game gets published,
your game gets published. That's fun.
So what's interesting
is like get sued by.
I constantly hear about people telling me like, pretty soon something's gonna happen. Something like it's all gonna come down. Like everything's like literally that's the only consistent thing in my life is like eventually, pretty soon everything's gonna all fall down. It's gonna crumble. Apocalypse. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be like everybody's gonna like and like I'm just waiting, and then eventually I'm gonna be dead and waiting.
That's actually the best news I've ever heard. So, are you saying you're an American? And
yeah, I'm an American. I'm a Californian. I'm a Californian, bro.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
dog.
that's even worse. So
I know.
You're saying
I'm the worst of the worst, dude.
You're tired of pretty soon.
I'm saying everybody's always telling me that something's about to go down, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably true, but like, what am I gonna do? Stop doing my normal shit?
Exactly. Like,
yeah,
I think
and listen to writing on
apocalypse.
eggshells is like a huge McToon government agent. Look, let me just tell you straight up.
Sorry, Riggs, I know you hate burps.
As far as being straight up is concerned, you are on the right track. The world that you live in as an American is over.
The world that I live in is
you have to move.
People keep telling me shit like this, and you know what's gonna happen? Everything's gonna be the same. The president's gonna change, which is why you're saying this, because you're fucking crazy. Like, it's gonna change. There's gonna be another asshole in the world, and nothing's gonna be different for me except for I have a family and a house. Hit me. Tell me. Hit me with it, man. I need to know what's gonna happen to me.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Move your family to Panama, South Vietnam, or Bangkok, Thailand, depending on what you do for work.
I like Portugal.
Portugal is a better option too, which is sad because we shouldn't really be talking.
Why would I leave America? Instead of telling me why I need to go, tell me why I should leave. To make a prediction that I can block into my Google Calendar, and I'll be like, Patman dog said that this will happen by this date, and if it doesn't happen, what will you do for me?
Okay, so all of the places I mentioned, so Panama, Vietnam, Thailand, and Portugal is not really one I'm recommending.
Right, because they don't have chicks that will be my servants.
I will just say Portugal is technically better. It depends on what you're doing. But if you go to the other places, that's going to be 1,000 times better for your life than staying in the United States. Okay?
What do you? Okay, so what do you
It's that
want out of
simple.
life then? Okay, what do you want out of life? What do you think is like the optimal life? Is what I kind of want to know.
I want to be able to afford a place to live
I can
and
do that here.
food
I
and
can do that here.
food.
It's not cheap here,
Food.
but yeah, I can afford it. What else?
I want. I don't need gas really, because where I'm going doesn't need gas or a vehicle really.
Where we're going, we don't need. I feel like that's from Back to the Future. Where we're going, we don't need fuel.
Yeah.
And then he puts shit in the DeLorean. He's like, am I
Well, I
wrong?
mean, how much if you don't want to, if you have the money to stay in America and live a comfortable life, then stay and live a comfortable life. I'm not
Okay,
going to
so
tell
I live in
you
the most
to
expensive
move.
area in the country, almost like one of the most expensive areas in the entire country. So what I could do
Okay.
is just move to a lesser, like even in my same state, I can go outside of the Bay Area and go into the mountains, like where I have my cabin, and live for a third of the amount. I could go up into Oregon, into Ashland. I could go up on the coast, Medford. There's a lot of places, Oregon, I could go. I could go into Arizona by Flagstaff and live for half as much. I don't even know, like, I could go within 300 miles of where I live and find places that are half as much. And then I could go into the Midwest and live for like 33% as much. So, like,
What you're saying is you're in the top 1% of Americans.
no, I'm saying I
That can
figured out how to live where I live. It was hard. Yeah, I can't make as much money. I make as much money as I make because I fucking have to, or I couldn't live here. You know what I mean? Like, like you know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm top. I'm
Well,
definitely not top 1%. That's crazy. But
well, what?
maybe
There's only
top
1 or
five.
2% to choose from. So
Well, there's 100 of them. Sorry, but go ahead.
what you're insinuating is you are happy in America and you love to be able to work for America,
No, I'm
right?
saying like I have a son and he has school here and I kind of got to stay here. But yeah, once my son's out of high school, like all my options open up. But yeah, you can't just go live in other countries. You need visas. Like it's not just like I can just go to the Philippines. I can just go to Portugal and live. Like it's a process, and you have to be able to work remote or find a job there, or you have to add something to their community, right? Like
Bro, the visas is the easy part. That should never be the hard part.
yeah, moving's
Um,
obviously harder than getting a visa,
I
but
build video games
it's a
for a living.
requirement.
If you think that visas are a hard thing for me to, I mean anybody really. I mean you show up and they slam you with the visa thing.
Are
Um,
you one of those Pornhub video game makers where they're like, is that what you do?
I was thinking about doing that.
Oh,
I'm
God,
not gonna
gross.
lie.
Somebody save me. Somebody
I could do that,
save me from myself.
but I'm not going to do that just because it's not in my interest, I guess. I could. I mean, I could do anything in the world. I could prove flat earth, but I just
Okay,
don't.
can you live your life in America?
No, that's one thing I can't do. So I'm gonna vote liberal and then fly away. Yeah. So screw your little American shithole rich people country. That you love to just be like, oh, I'm rich, me, and then 90 million people behind you. Actually, it's like 348 million people. You are creating a hardship for 348 million people. I don't have to do that. I can
What if
just
you were in
move
charge?
out of the country.
What if you were in charge? What if you had dictatorial power? What immediately would
We
would
already
you do?
been over that. We
No,
already
we
been
didn't ask
over
you.
that.
No, we didn't. What would you do if
Yeah,
you had dictatorial power? First, you
I
get
would.
3 edicts right now. 3 edicts. What are you doing?
No homeless people would be the main
Okay,
edict.
so they're all dead, or they're all moved into a house, or they're all like
No,
forced
they're
into the
all
ocean.
moved.
What do you mean?
They're all moved into a house, place of. Why is this? Yeah, they're all moved into a house. Do you realize how sick it is that you don't think that this should happen? They brainwash you so
Do
much
you think
that
that
this
they
is
haven't
not
tried
okay.
to move them into fucking housing? Do you think that like that you just had the idea like, yeah, homeless people, put them in a home? Like you're the first person that's ever thought of that. Okay, what next?
And actually want it to happen? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're the okay, interesting. Okay,
Well,
perfect.
it's
What's
interesting
number two?
that you think that you vote for somebody and they will do this for you, but they're getting paid by the people that actually influence politics. If you're asking me, this is what I would do, and
Uh-huh.
then you say, well, this is what Patrick Patman will do, and so you give me the money to do it, I'll do it. But the problem is the Coca-Cola brothers will pay 300 million, Elon Musk 300 million
To keep people
to
on the
make
streets,
it
right?
so
They
to
love
make
people
it
on the streets,
so
right?
no, the people on the street will be happy with me and your decision. You did a good thing. But you see, when it comes to actual reality, all these Coca-Cola companies and all these lobbyists, they'll make it so I don't even show up in the media, bro. My message of what you donated, all of that hard work gets shuffled down the drain. All of that money goes down the drain. It's all about the money. It's all about who owns the money, the corporatocracy, the kleptocracy, the
Okay,
oligarchy.
okay, and do you think the kleptocracy is to the left or to the right? Because you keep talking about the Koch brothers, who I don't hear like in my
Which,
side of the country. I don't hear about them at all. All I hear about is
no, you
okay. Where
won't.
I'm from in California, it's a super majority Democrat, progressive liberal super majority for the last 25, 30 years, right? I don't see anything changing. In Washington, very much the same. Oregon, pretty much the same. So like how are they stopping? Okay, I don't think Republicans have anything to do with, or the right wing have anything to do with keeping people homeless at
Oh,
all.
okay.
I think it's just
It's not about keeping people homeless. See, it's about the money in what they want to happen. So you people in California, you actually, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't actually matter what your little House Democrat
okay.
thinks.
So all of our elected officials don't matter at all. They are only making policy based on the Koch brothers' money coming in.
Now you're getting somewhere.
Okay,
Kind of.
interesting.
Yeah.
So we vote. So voting Democrat or Republican doesn't matter because no matter what, the Koch brothers will buy them out either way. So, is that what you're saying?
As far as the presidency is concerned, yes. That's
No,
how it goes.
I'm talking about tent cities. Presidents have nothing to do with tent cities. Tent cities are very
Well,
localized.
tent cities are very localized. Yeah, Trump has already said he doesn't give a shit about housing. Um, I mean, you know, us being homeless is no big deal to the president. He might pretend that's a big deal again.
Okay, do you
Um,
think Obama cared about people being homeless?
no, of course not. I don't care. He cares about who's giving him money, and every electoral person will tell you the same thing. Whoever's giving them the money is telling them that they're going to continue getting money to vote and become influential as long as they get money with every single step of the process.
Okay, so who has the real power?
The corporations.
People.
Okay, who funds the corporations? You're almost there. Who funds the corporation? Corporations don't have liquid asset money that they can just buy. They take out money based on their holdings. They pretty
We
much own
fund the
everything.
corporations.
Okay.
We fund the corporations.
Okay, where does money come from? Where money doesn't just grow on trees, right? So where does money get produced from, and who has control of the production of money is the most important question.
Well, you're asking about the Federal Reserve Bank producing the money, but
Federal
we use
Reserve is a
the
low
money.
level, is just American. Federal Reserve is just an American. They control the
It's
money supply in America. That's it.
funny enough, it's actually not the Federal Reserve Bank. Actually, is not American, but to be on
What?
board with you, we are
Not
on
American.
the same. We are on the same track here. They do provide the currency for us to enable all of this. This is how the economy works. I'm glad. I'm glad we got here.
Right. So we are the default currency, right? We can just print money. Everybody owes
Well,
us eventually, but like it goes
when it
above that. What's above
when,
it? Tell me
when it
what's above the
comes
Federal Reserve?
when it comes to default currency, that is a separate thing entirely. Just to kind of split off the branches here. But what was your first thing you said?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, okay, the Federal Reserve is the reserve currency for basically the entire world, or anybody in the world, like the banking system, world monetary banking system, right? So people, like, we can print money. We're one of the only places that can just print money, and everybody else kind of just owes us to that. So it's, and I don't know if you're us. I don't know if you're American. I feel like if you're not American, you're from like Alberta or something. You're like right there on the border. So, but so what is above that? Like, who? Okay, all right. So this is interesting to me. This is one of the most interesting things. Very rarely get to get into it. So, like, if you have a money supply, right, and it's $1 million. Let's say the total money supply is $1 million, and you charge and you lend it out. You put it out in the world, and you're like, oh, lend it to go do this, do your shit, whatever. But you owe me 5% back. Now you owe me like what's 5% of that? Like $50,000 or something? Is it 50? It can't be 500. Yeah, it's got to be $50,000, right? So now you owe me. So now I need $1 million and $50,000 back. But the money supply is only $1 million. There can be no possible way to get that $50,000 back because we only had $1 million. So somebody either loses an asset, loses something, collateral, or you have to continuously pump more money into it. You have to say, okay, so we need $1,050,000. So now you increase the money supply so that can possibly be paid back. So you have to continuously do that forever, which causes inflation. There's no way around it. If you charge interest on something, you're saying that you owe me more money than is possible to give back in the money supply. So you have to continuously do that forever in perpetuity. And now, so somebody is in control of that. Somebody.
Right.
Who is it?
That's the simplest way of looking at it. But
no,
now
it's the it's the way, dude. It's the simplest way. Yes, thank you.
it is.
It will all come back.
But now you've the American people, or I should say the Americans, or I should say the American elite, or the bankers, or whoever you want to blame, they attached the dollar value to the petrodollar in when they signed these oil deals in Iran a long time ago. Actually, it wasn't even Iran, I don't think. I don't think it was Iran. It was some other countries. But but now it's made it just basically an intertangled web of nonsense with the war in Iran, which is why when they tell you we've blown up, all their boats or whatever, it doesn't make a difference. Nothing you can do makes a difference in the Iran war, obviously, because the petrodollar, basically, the United States is not going to make any money as long as the Hormuz Strait is closed, which is why your gas prices every day continue to skyrocket, which is why fertilizer continues to skyrocket. All of these other prices are just going to continue to skyrocket. It sucks.
Everybody's about to lose their job too. So many accountants, marketers.
So this is just an oil economy specific outlook on now. I don't think I've been fair to address the whole issue on the Federal Reserve Bank, have I, Glue? Because this isn't something I'm a master at. Like, I'm not a master of finances. But
Right.
you've been wondering about, what's up with the financial thing behind this, and how they're able to get away with this. But the oil, I mentioned the oil thing as a big part of why this is actually happening.
Okay, so how about this? People like Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock, the three biggest holders of everything, who pretty much own the majority of almost all businesses. You can look it up.
Wonderful, yeah.
They are leveraged like 100 to 1. They're leveraged 100 to 1, meaning like they're lending out money 100 times more than they can account for. So okay. That's insane, right? You can't even do that. Like, okay, 10-to-1 is what banks are leveraged at, the fractional reserve system. So if you put $1 million in a bank, they can lend out $10 million of it, which is already insane. So now what you have is these huge corporations lending out 100-to-1, or maybe not lending, but like leveraging their money 100-to-1 as their collateral. That's what's happening right now in our financial system. So I don't know that politics even like the money system is the craziest shit, and there are people that are in the know that kind of they know what's going on, and they sway the stock market as they see fit, right? And they probably have the president's ear. They probably have everybody's ear, and they just little pawns.
So, Glue, the first thing I want to initiate with you is the financial market is completely different than the political market. And I know you might say, well, yeah, they're intertwined, but I don't want you to
said
think...
that. You said that. You've been saying that. The corporations are paying for all the You said that, motherfucker.
Okay, good. Good. That part is true. But I don't want you to think that the entire stock market is all about the president. That's something I want to...
I don't even think the president's powerful in the stock market. I hate when people are like, "Oh, the stock market's great," attributed to the president. I think the president has almost no power in it. I don't even. But tariffs did make a difference. Like, some of the things they do and the things people say do have a temporary sway. Like, we've seen that. Like, they do have that temporary. Like, war has a very distinct effect, for sure, on the stock market, but it's temporary, right? It's not like a long-term thing.
So one thing I need to bring up is private companies like Vanguard or whatever. I think it's Vanguard. They own real estate, right? Real estate's a big one. Private real estate firms are a huge thing popping up in America right now. And what it is they're buying up all the poor people land. Rich people are basically buying up all of the poor people land so that people that work, 2 jobs will not be able to afford rent in the future. That's basically what's been going on right now. Vanguard and BlackRock, all of them are buying all of these properties so that they want to eliminate the middle class, but they want to eliminate the poor class as well. They want to make it, they know that people are buying up storage sheds at Home Depot, and people are like at their wits, so they say, well, let me just go to Home Depot and buy this storage shed, and then I'll just place it somewhere. Well, they have nowhere to place it, which is the problem. But not only that, BlackRock and Vanguard are even buying up storage. So Home Depot right now is considering changing the name of calling it a storage shed and calling it a mini house right now. Now, you might wonder, well, yeah, that's just what Home Depot is doing to account for, changes in our society. So storage sheds are your new house right now that everybody's actually buying that are minimum wage workers. And pretty soon, Vanguard and BlackRock, they're gonna figure out a deal with Home Depot and the rest of these small little companies, or just buy them out. And they're just gonna make it so everything is rent wise. Everything you could possibly imagine you could rent in is a rent situation. I don't know if you've been seeing anything related to this, but this is a part of all of this financial trickery has to do with um, some very complex loan structures, which are similar to what collapsed the 2008 financial loan structure, which was the housing market. But now we've separated it into a business structure, and it's actually very complicated. I don't have time to sit there and look it all up again and tell you this is why things collapsing based on this loan or that loan. But basically, all the loans seem to be marketed at the same value in the package that BlackRock and Vanguard are buying. And so basically, they're allowed to set the prices that they want, um, which in which makes a huge difference in the overall market. Um, which
You talking
basically
about
makes
housing?
it.
You talking about them buying up a bunch of residential housing, or what? What exactly are you talking about?
That's the problem. Um, that's where it gets a little finicky.
What
I'm not
artificially
actually
inflates
talking
the value of
about
homes
that.
when they do? What artificially, like, are you talking about like the 2008 housing crisis? Was just they're just people were taking out variable interest loans that were really really low, and they were just giving them out to anybody without checking on anything.
Well,
Um,
wrong. That was actually subprime loans.
yeah, they were like
Subprime loans. Yeah.
prime plus zero, basically, right?
Yeah.
So
So what they've done is they've made the subprime loan market and they attached it to businesses because some president made it illegal. I I'm not sure if it was Obama or somebody else, to make it subprime low mortgages on housing. That was illegal. So what they did was they attached it to businesses, and now we're dealing with that. So you have businesses like what was it?
yeah.
Recently we had a big failure in what was the craft store? Joann's. Joann's was a perfect example of this. Um, so all those subprime people, or I should say, sorry, um, people that invested their retirement, they expected a return on it, and basically, um, what was it? God, I keep losing that fucking name. Um, that company I just mentioned.
Talking about, is it
What is
a mortgage lender company?
it's
Co-
it, it's
Coca-Cola
a
brothers.
not Coca Cola.
What's the
Uh,
topic? What are we talking about?
Joanne's.
I'm not following.
Joanne's.
It's like wading through treacle.
Yeah,
It's a long, complex sort
struggling.
of
Bit long.
It's a bundled loan program, basically. And
Real fucked
so,
financially, right? That's the point.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we can skip to that.
basically, yeah, you bundle up enough loans and then you don't value them at what they're supposed to be, and you got Vanguard and BlackRock. And what they're doing right now is they're buying up every single property option you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, they're
So
buying up
what that means is everybody in the United States is going to be homeless, and if you're not homeless, it means
Dude,
you
you
didn't
are
really go.
Everybody's gonna
fucking
be homeless.
crazy, dude. You're like you're gonna be homeless. You're gonna be like get off. So okay, do you have Instagram and TikTok? Get rid of them. Get them off your phone, dude. Stop looking at that shit because
Well,
everybody's gonna be homeless, is what you just said.
Well, I mean, we have the world's leading homeless rate in the world, other than maybe, you got Somalia, right? But the good thing about Somalia is they have jobs where you can be a pirate and take over American ships. That's a
Or
good
get
job.
shot. Get shot
And
for your
then
effort.
you have North Korea. You might be able to like make like a plastic window or something.
I do
I
kind
don't
of want to
know.
go to South Korea. I do want to. Like I was looking at South Korea, like that place looks amazing. Everything looks
Well,
beautiful there. I
dude,
never thought about going there, but now I'm looking at it. I'm like, dude, this place looks
dude,
insane.
I'm not talking about you though. You're rich. You shouldn't
I'm
move.
not. I'm far from rich. I struggle to like. I live in a very expensive area, so I'm not rich.
So what you're
It's hard.
kind of telling me is you're being extracted, which is the
Nope,
whole
didn't say that at
system
all.
design.
Nope.
Well, you seem to be wanting to move because you don't have as much money as you originally thought.
Oh no, I
maybe.
totally want to move, but my son is 16. He has 2 more years of high school, so I'm committed 2 more years here for sure, without a doubt, until he's done with high school. That's it. Like, there's no way around
Okay.
that. And then it's open season. Like, we're
Okay.
gonna go look at schools. Maybe
Look,
he wants to go to school in the Midwest, maybe South, maybe PNW, maybe in California, maybe Sacramento, maybe say, and then maybe I go along like with him in that area because I work remote. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do what I want. Maybe we go to Portugal. I don't fucking know. But what I do know is I have 2 more years where I need to remain, like, stay the course. That's what I know.
So you want somewhere where you can retire after your son moves out.
Yeah, but I don't want to retire. Like I have at least 15 more years. At least 15, 15 to 20 more years of work. Something like,
you're never gonna retire, dude.
yeah, I'm done. Like,
You're
Well,
accepted.
that's-
die at my desk, dude. Just
Well,
We're never gonna retire.
just die
Well,
die on my keyboard.
are you a digital nomad?
No, but I would love to be. Like I said, I have a kid and I need to
Okay.
have a stable life for him. And like, until that's done, like, that's my commitment. And then once I fulfill my obligation, my commitment to my son, to my family, then him and I will talk about what our options are. But
Do
2 more
you
years.
have a savings?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a IRA and
Okay.
yeah, I have some shit.
Then it's all good from there. Your work requires you to actually show up to the place, right?
No, I
You
work
have to
remote.
actually. Oh, you work remote. That's even better.
Yeah, but right
So-
now I can, if I have to get a job where I have to go in, I can do that for 2 more years, and then I'm just like, I'll work remote for half as much, dude. Like, if I could leave the Bay Area, I can live. I don't need to make what I make out here. Out here, I need to make a good amount of money, like what people would think is like a lot of money, but it's not. Where I live, it's not a lot. But if I go somewhere else and work remote, it would, like, I could make half as much. Be just fine.
I'll tell you what. This is what you do. This is what you do.
Okay.
Beautiful beaches, beautiful mountains.
Wait, like we don't say bitches around. Like beautiful. How beautiful are the bitches?
No, I said beaches.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about bitches. I'm sure you got plenty of those.
No, I wish.
I am what you call a high-end retiree placement advisor. So I take somebody like you
You have a
and I
business
put
card?
them. No, I don't. Maybe you can help fund that
Dude, just ask
eventually.
ChatGPT to make a high-end pussy placement guide, retirement guide
No,
card. What'd you
I
call it?
I don't call it a pussy placement thing.
Oh.
It's just placing people where they want to be.
I mean,
That's all I'm about.
yeah, but you already said Panama, Philippines, and Thailand, right?
So for you, you would be desirable in Panama.
Why? What? Nobody wants
Why?
me in the Philippines? The fuck?
I mean, Philippines is cheaper. You might like the Philippines.
I want to live in
I
the. I
mean,
want to live in the Azores. Can you make that happen?
Azores?
Uh-huh.
What is that?
Oh, oh. It's getting late, man. It's 2 a.m. for me. Imagine it's 2 a.m. for you because you're in the upper northwest, right?
You either want something really nice, right? Something better than what you're doing.
No, I want something safe and chill. I won't have to worry. Like if I'm retiring somewhere or if I'm moving somewhere, it's gonna be a simpler life. There's gonna be less conveniences. The electricity will probably be out half the time. You're probably not gonna have AC. There's probably gonna be a lot of things that you're used to that you don't get. So I want not to have to worry about money or anything. I just want to know that everything's taken care of. If I'm exchanging money for convenience.
That's where my job comes in. I don't want you to worry about that either. I could find you a place
Is
doing
this what
my
you
job.
do? Hey, this is not what you do, dude. I don't buy it.
I should because something I seem to be good at.
Do you have references? Send me some references. I'm gonna call someone, ask him, Patman. Patman placed you, right? How do you do? How do you feel about your
Well,
life right now?
I'm glad you bring that up because you'll be hearing from my references.
Fucking hey, dude, bring him in. Hell yeah. I feel like I'm more of a. I don't know what I am. I don't know what I am. Nothing feels like home to me. That's my problem. Everywhere I go, I'm like, oh, I could totally live here. But everywhere I've lived, nothing. Like the only way some place could feel like home is like if my mom lives there. You know, like my family. Like outside of that, like I've never really been able to sink into a place where I'm like, yeah, this is where I want to be for a long time. It just doesn't work like that for me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe Brisbane. Did you say Brisbane? Brisbane?
Brisbane. Okay.
Yeah, I am back. Funny you should say so. Why are you talking about Brisbane?
Oh, we were talking about like I was like nothing really ever feels like home unless my mom lives there. You know, like ever since like not living with my family and stuff, like everywhere after my family, like where my mom was, it doesn't feel like home. I was just saying that, and then I just was making a call back. I was like, well, maybe Brisbane or Brisbane. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. It's just
Yeah, Americans call it Brisbane, which is always pretty funny. It's basically, what do they call it here? Bris Vegas, because basically it's the gambling central of Australia for some dumb reason.
nice. Is it Brisbane? Do you guys say how do you pronounce it? Brisbane?
Yeah,
Like Melbourne? So like if it's an OUR
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Yeah, Melbourne. That's how I would
The
say.
American.
I know you guys say Melbourne. But is it Brisbane? Brisbane, Melbourne?
Is it Brisbane, Melbourne?
How do you say can you say both of them how you say them? And then I'll go from there.
Brisbane, Melbourne.
Okay, slight difference. Melbourne, Brisbane, Melbourne, Brisbane, Melbourne. I don't know. It's pretty close. Do you guys care about vowels and what they sound like, or is it just mm.
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the other Bogans. I'm not like linguistically minded in that sense. I'm just familiar with sort of nations. But when it comes to like writing Brisbane on the keyboard, and then Andrew comes in, he's like Brisbane. A lot of Americans say Brisbane.
Well, okay, we have a city that I used to work in. It's by South San Francisco, right by the airport, right by San Francisco Airport. It's called Brisbane, spelled exactly the same. We call it Brisbane. So it's like
Yep, for sure.
it's like a biotech hub. You know, there's all kinds of fucking drugs being produced there for your enjoyment. Yeah, I feel like I'll sail there. You know what? Just meet me at your port, dude. I'll fucking be there in like
Come on down.
July. I'll start
I
tomorrow.
said this to a couple of people on Discord. Like, if you guys wanted to travel here, I've got a bunch of camper vans. Like, you know, like I'll float you. I'll sort it out. You know,
I'll do a stand-up paddleboard. I'll go to Hawaii, take a break. Fuck,
it's like
that'd be
some
crazy.
sort of Disney cartoon with Maui or some shit.
Yeah, Moana. Moana is out
That's the
there
one.
like giving me a ride. I've always wanted to go to Australia, New Zealand. Like it's just what's like 18 hours each way just to get there, which is I
That
mean,
ain't a problem, man.
it's not that big.
I find it
I'm
so
in the
funny.
worst
People
spot.
like, air travel is so uncomfortable, and then you look at your ancestors, and they traveled across the high seas for months at a time, like dealing with that bullshit.
No
Like, you got to
back.
deal with 18
Yeah.
hours in a tin can. You'll be right, man. Don't worry about it.
Right. They're like beating you and shit. The bathroom. But I'm just saying, like, just the travel is 3 days. That's what I'm saying is like the time off, 3 days, like 1.5 to get there, 1.5 back, and then there's like, you know, a day
It's
of
all
like trying to.
sacrifice.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. Like, it's not like from San Francisco going to London is 11 hours just to get like it's no like I'm in the worst spot to get to a lot of places. Like everything is fucking far away from me, dude. Everything.
You've
So
been to Finland, and you went to Finland for Metallica.
and you go over Greenland to get
What
there.
costs more, the ticket to the Metallica concert or the airline ticket to get there?
Metallica wasn't. What the airline ticket was like 12. We flew to on that one. I think we flew into London. That one wasn't that bad. It was like $900,000 or something like that.
Did you stay in London at all, or did you?
Yeah, we stayed in Hammersmith, and we saw. Do you know who Doug Stanhope is?
I have.
He's a comedian. Look up Doug Stanhope. Look at his comedy. Like, he's very like offensive, but real world, like working. Like, he says the shit that I was thinking a long time ago. You know, I don't know. He's sort of old school Doug Stanhope. And then we went there during the Queen's funeral. So the Queen had died. So then we couldn't see anything. We couldn't see the bridge, the palace, like nothing. Everything was walled off because it was her funeral. So you couldn't do anything. Like, everything was walled. It was crazy. So we left England early and we went to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was awesome. And then after Amsterdam, we went to Finland. Oh wait, that could be two different trips. I can't remember. But yeah, Finland was cool. Whatever.
Must have had.
Dude, my mouth is so dry right now. Wait, what's that? That's the no. Amsterdam, then we went home.
When I was young, before weed was legalized, everybody wanted to go to Amsterdam just for the weed, coffee shops.
I remember that. Like, that, it was always people were like, "Yeah, you could do mushrooms in there too." Like, we didn't see anybody selling mushrooms in any of the place. Like, that was like, I remember hearing about that, and you're like, "What? You just walk around this place all high on mushroom and high on weed, and like, you could definitely just go smoke weed."
That's what Amsterdam was known for back in the day. Before they started legalizing in all the states, nobody cares about Amsterdam besides that.
Yeah.
That and what's that green drink?
Oh, absinthe.
Absinthe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we found some absinthe places for sure. But they become commercialized too, where you're going in there and it's like, you could tell it's become a tourist thing. Like, oh, go to an absintheria or whatever, an absintheria. And like, it's very clear. Anywhere in Amsterdam is kind of like that, where it's like very touristy if you're in the middle of it. And I don't know, the guy's selling you on it, you know. I don't know. It just didn't feel like you were getting anything special. But we did it. Dude, okay. The guy who was selling us was like, "Yeah, I played football, blah blah." He was like full blown lying to us. He's like, "Yo, yeah, I played American football here doing this and that." I'm like, "Really? What position did you play?" He was like, "I don't know." I'm like, "What? What do you mean you don't know?"
To be honest, though, that shit's missing in America. Coffee shops, where you can smoke weed and chill and just relax and have a good time. You know, usually it's just you go in and you're out. You can't really chill and smoke weed.
Yeah, and they have coffee and like music, and you meet people there. Like, we met a lot of people doing that. I didn't like, my friend was like high level weed smoker, right? But me, I don't want to do it during the day or like if I'm out, because like I won't talk to anybody else, like whatever. But we met like a bunch of people just doing that. Like, just for that reason, the community value of it was cool.
But they need to bring that back, or at least implement it over here.
Yeah,
like you can socially drink in public places, like at the bar. You can't smoke weed.
Right. And like, there's at least a 50% chance that alcohol is involved in any violent crime. So like, if there's a violent crime happening, there's like a 50% chance alcohol was involved. And like, if you had weed, I don't see very many violent crimes happening. Just people who are like want to go home and watch a movie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Fuck, my mouth is dry.
Talking so much. Drink some water.
Yeah. It's true. I very rarely talk, but I've been talking a lot tonight. So.
Messing. But yo, cottonmouth, dude, you smoke a lot too. You get that cottonmouth.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't smoked any. I don't know why it just onset me. You know. All right, I'm gonna grab some more.
Has everybody gone quiet? Have I dropped out?
What's up?
What's up, Sebos?
What are we talking about today?
Courting, what are we talking about, Sage?
I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Earlier, the conversation was about the effects of alcohol versus weed in public spaces, comparing alcohol-related violence to the behavior of people under the influence of weed.
Okay.
Love it.
Sage, can you add cocaine to that?
One sec. There was no mention of cocaine in relation to alcohol and weed in the transcript.
But I want to hear the difference between alcohol and weed and cocaine. What happened? Did I fuck the bot up? What happened?
Oh, we need a topic. What do you like to argue about, Sebos? What gets you? Let me see. You power live member wide stream. Yeah, nothing. There's nothing to know about you. But you're a feminist, and that's important. It's good to have an ally, you know, standing up for women's rights.
Of course. Why not? But I need something to talk about, bro. I've been awake for like 30 hours, bro. I need something to talk about.
30 hours.
Yeah.
Is that how you look? Your profile pic? 20.
No, I actually did that when I was 10 years old. Do you like it?
Good.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you.
How old are you now? You don't have to tell me.
Isn't that doxing myself straight up?
You said you drew that when you were 10 years old.
Yeah.
You're probably like 22.
No. That's out of 10 on that, I would say. 10 years. Did I interrupt something? I'm sorry if I like. I'm a bit fucked, but I'm good, bro. How old are you guys?
I'm in my 30s.
Same. 90s kid then. I hope.
Closer to 40s than 30.
What do you think about my accent then? Where do you think I'm from?
I have no idea. I think maybe
I have an accent though.
Yeah, it's hard to tell though. I can't tell. No, I can tell you have an accent, but I can't tell where you're from.
Okay. Fuck, I thought this was gonna be like conversation stuff, like
Kind of early, dude. I mean, there's been a lot of conversation. It's slowed down.
Maybe I'm fucked up because I've been awake for too long. Maybe that's why. Bro. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. Nice to meet you. Have a nice
Probably go to
day.
Later, man.
Yeah.
Be back though. Don't get the wrong impression. It's just slow right now.
Have a good life, bro. Bye.
Later. So have a good life.
Hey, New Perspective.
One leaves and another one arrives. What's up, man? Kind of slow, Dave.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube, and that guy was like, "I thought there was going to be conversation." And I'm like, "Well, I'll go talk to him if he needs somebody to talk to." There's nobody talking in here.
Yeah, he just dropped out. I think he said, "Have a nice life."
Oh, okay, yeah. He was coming to troll, probably. If you knew it was flat Earth, he would have said, "What's up with the flat earthers or something?" He's like, "Where's the conversation? I came here to tell flat earthers that they're dumb." Sounded maybe like he was that kind of
guy. Where's he want at? Get him in here.
Right now.
I know he'll start a comment.
He always stays on for like 16 hours when he comes on, and you're not around.
Yeah, I know.
So I get him to come on again. He's all or nothing, I guess.
What's new with Shane and Alan and their new model? You've heard anything yet?
You mean the rendering of it?
The plot.
Yeah, that was good. That was cool.
Anything new though since last update?
It's since the last I saw it. I don't know. They've probably done all kinds of stuff. I haven't looked at it recently, but it's cool. They put the dual pull in there. It doesn't seem to work exactly the way he thinks, because he doesn't think there'd be like a circle around, like a dark spot of night. We don't have like a spot of night going around the Earth. It's like, more evened out. But there is kind of like a spot of light in his conception of it, with like going in between the poles or whatever. Yeah, if you lived in the north, you would not even need to worry about the southern stars very much. So it's totally most people lived in the north, they may not have even taken into consideration the whole southern star thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing about Antarctica is if it's Antarctica is its own continent, it just makes way more sense. Because if they built their whole model on Antarctica not being a continent and surrounding us 360 degrees, you know how like flimsy that idea is, and why wouldn't they just base it on what they know people can find out eventually? Like they know eventually some civilization or some really smart person is going to figure out how to see if Antarctica actually is its a continent. That's like very confirmable and some way along the lines. They wouldn't have built the whole thing on Antarctica being a circle around us, in my opinion. That would be like a big major flaw that would just like give up the whole game. They have to base it on everything that we actually observe and then just reinterpret it for the globe. So, you know what I'm saying? If they were planning on, if it was actually Antarctica surrounding us like an ice circle, that's a lot of land. That's so much land compared to what Antarctica is. There would be some way of knowing that that's the case along the way. If there hasn't been already, people that have confirmed it or whatever, there's plenty of people that know Antarctica as its own continent, or at least seem to know. That's just like a huge risk to make it based on that, just logically speaking. If you're going to have like a whole paradigm built on something, you have to do it on everything that's actually happening and then give them like the, finagling of the whatever they need to do to make it seem like a ball.
Has anybody circumnavigated Antarctica successfully?
There's claims to, yeah. There's claims you can go on a cruise around Antarctica. You can, I know people that have said my grandpa went and my grandparents took a cruise around Antarctica. It's almost like they've made a concerted effort, if that is the case, regardless of what the truth is. If it is the case that Antarctica is just exactly like it is, and it's a dual pole with everything laid out pretty much like the globe, but it's flat, right? That would be like the most sensible way to go if they're going to make it a globe. Like it has to look something like that to begin with. And the flat globe, two-pole thing looks just like the globe, except for the outside.
What is a flat
except
globe?
For that, it's a flat globe, dude. It's a flat globe after all. It's a flat globe after all. It's a flat globe after all. See, everybody wins.
It's a flat globe.
Yeah, it's a globe and a flat. Everybody wins. Total false dichotomy. They've had us in this little rigmarole arguing with each other. Yeah.
False dichotomy. Exactly. Oh, no.
Well, if it's a flat globe, it's both, which is so to say it's one or the other, then would be the whole false dichotomy.
Yeah, but it has to be one or the other. It can't be both.
It's both, damn it.
No, it looks like a globe, but it's flat.
Yeah, sure, I'll give you that.
It gives you that. It's a 2D, 3D. It's a 2D ball.
It looks like a globe.
It looks like a globe, but a flat globe.
Well, it looks like a globe, and then you think it's...
No, it's a 2D version of a 3D globe, pretty much.
Listen, buddy.
That's a normal globe, yeah. We've got to help you with the semantics here, because you can't have flat apples, you know what I mean?
I'll show you.
Well, I'm saying that because it looks like that would be like the way to go from scratch. Like if the Earth looked like the AE map starting out, is my point. Then they could have made some pseudoscience based on the ice ring around us and still made us a planet somehow if they wanted to do that, or however they did it. They wouldn't have the ice ring of Antarctica going around us as the starting point and go, oh yeah, we're just gonna hide that forever. Make sure to tell your son that he's got to tell his son that never telling the truth about Antarctica actually being an ice land around us rather than its own little continent, which nobody can ever find out. We're trusting that civilizations ahead will never figure this out. We're going to base our whole paradigm on that. That would be
I feel
dumb.
like you've debunked the flat Earth at that point, but then your brain is saying, no, it's still got to be flat.
No. It's definitely flat. I mean, have you just really not figured that out yet, or are you just trolling still?
Yeah, no, I disagree, obviously. I think it's a globe still. So I disagree.
I don't think you think that. I give you more credit than that.
You
Don.
guys
You've been
are
around
like,
too long.
you guys are veterans here. You guys know each other. You know Dawn.
I've known Don for 10 years.
Globe.
Of course.
I know.
Don's stressing me out. I need a cigarette.
All right, you have one. We're just talking about the semantics here. News Perspective's trying to find his new language to explain Earth. And
well, I just put the most up to date, advanced version I made of the dual pole flat Earth. But it looks the first version without the figure 8 ice being cut. The first version looks a lot more like a flat globe, and to assume it's a perfect circle is part of the whole psyop, I think.
Yes, I get you.
Hey,
I don't want you to call it a globe, because a globe is obviously a sphere.
Yeah, but people, you're not standing upside down relative to us right now. And if you still think you do, seriously, you totally believe it, dude. That's really fucking surprising. I'll say that.
I'm the same as most people. You're the one that's different. You and 9,000.
Yeah, but you could say so. Yeah, I know I am, but what are you? Just so many times before, it's like, wait a minute, you're saying something that totally doesn't jive.
I didn't say that. I said you think I'm crazy. I think you're crazy, but most people agree with me.
Same thing.
It's like an extra.
I know. We always have the same conversation. It's like
they only agree with you on the globe stuff. So far as your occultic stuff, they don't want to have anything to do with you. So I mean,
that's my point.
They just agree with you on the circle stuff.
I'm right about the globe. Doesn't that mean I could be right about the globe?
So is that your rationale? Because
let's
just
ask
that
100
niche
people in the street.
market, like
let's ask 100 normal pretty girls and smart men in the street if they agree with Rick that Earth's flat, or if they agree with Dawn that Earth's a globe, and let's see what the 100 normal people say.
So appeal to consensus, just shamelessly appealing to consensus, as if that makes a difference.
Yes, exactly.
But you know about science.
He is a DJ, man.
Don doesn't believe that the moon landing.
One sec, UP. If you apply DJ logic here in this situation, it's like whatever people's like move to the rhythm of, okay?
Yes.
And that's what his orientation is. So he's a DJ, man. Like all he cares about is
when in Rome, right? It's like when in Rome. Just if it's a globe, they say it's a globe. Everyone says it's a globe. It must be a globe. Don't think about it.
Rick, what's better to appeal to, consensus or your own emotions after seeing a flat Earth psyop video on BitChute?
What a niche, sort of decision I have to make. But some obtuse statement you just made, which is sort of generally benefiting your proposition, and then this other niche sort of some shit you saw on YouTube 5 years ago. What do you?
Would you trust New Perspective and his research?
Do you even understand the dynamics?
Normal people.
What?
Which one would you trust?
If you thought you had a strong point, you would have presented it, man. You can't present that weak shit and expect me to
Did you hear the way you just presented it, Don?
I disagree that Earth's flat and a dual pole. That's my strong point.
But why is it, Don? Is it really still about who do you believe? That's how you decide your whole existence. Who do I believe tells me my existence is a certain way? Who you believe? This flat earther guy? You believe him? I don't know who to believe. You're not still stuck in who I want to believe. You know, there's ways that you can. You know it. You know it's flat. You know it's not. It's not moving. You know it, Don. You know what? I'm giving you.
Thing. So I'm pointing.
You must be getting paid for this.
You're appealing to a worse thing. That's my point.
I'm giving you the biggest benefit of the doubt by saying you must be getting paid for this.
Yes. New Perspective's emotion after watching Flat Earth videos is a worse thing than consensus thought of normies.
And you think he control me still, like it works, like it would ever work.
And Don, you think your opinion is not built on emotions? Emotions means energy motion. Everything
All about the motion.
It's built on emotion. You can flatten it. You are flattening your emotion.
No, I'll give you that, Lightwater. So my consensus is based on their emotion, and I'm pitching that against New Perspective's own emotion, who is a flat earther. And I'd still choose consensus.
You're kidding yourself, Don. It's just kidding yourself, bro.
This is trickery, Don. I noticed that when you feeling triggered, you write in the text chat, you are triggered. So you're pushing triggers away.
You're not very subtle. Hey, I noticed you're not very subtle about that.
I haven't written that, so I'm
Don,
right?
you got a drone, right?
You've got to slow down, guys.
You got a drone,
I'm
right?
trying to speak to New Perspective about his ideas, but you've all got
Hold on. How high does your drone go?
as high as you want.
Well, let me know when you see curvature.
I can't go that high because the air gets thin and the batteries won't bring it down again.
Can't even see your globe from a drone, bro. Can't even see it with your highest technology.
I don't need to see. I don't
like
need
the
to see
thing,
left
the,
to
the
right
thing that
curve.
you actually have, like, you don't need to see it exactly. So therefore, it's a
I don't
belief.
need to see left to right curve. I see forward curve and stories of left to right curve.
You see forward curve. Whoever sees a forward curve, bro? What are you talking about?
Obstruction.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you shoot an arrow, it falls down as it goes along the path, just like light does.
No,
yeah,
I'm not
falls
talking about
towards the
that.
ground.
I'm talking about the sun and boats and mountains all being obstructed by the hard horizon. Forward curve.
Don, is light affected by gravity?
Yes, in the space-time model, that's what people say.
So is there a chance that maybe this curving nature of light is what's making you believe we're on a globe?
No, because all the studies of light tell us what it does, and that fits a globe.
The studies of light. What is the study of light called? Is that like the Illuminati or the Illumination? Like Illuminology? Like what is the
study of light? That's a good question. Optics?
I don't mind what you call it.
Well,
optics.
Optics?
I don't know if it's the study of light, but I know optics involves light, yeah.
It's
not
called
just lenses.
physics. Jesus Christ.
It's called physics.
Anyway, I'm not saying crazy things. I'm saying normal globe of things, which are normal things. You're the ones.
Oh yeah, that's normal. That's
because
totally.
you've got a religion.
Don, you're much better when you're DJing.
I believe I'm hanging upside down.
Ultimate insult.
Right now, relative to the people I'm speaking with, I'm upside down. So that's
Let's get
totally
back to that. I believe that. And then what have you got to say against that?
Oh, when you lift your leg up, right, and it drops, there's not a force pulling your leg down. It's just the mass of your leg and how much leg you got that makes it heavy or not. There's nothing to do with an attached force that's pulling it.
Okay.
Except for maybe an electrostatic, charge.
Why does it get heavy? Why does it get heavy and go towards the ground?
Mass. Well, it's not being pulled towards the ground. It's denser than the air, bro.
Yeah, why does it go towards the ground?
Because there's a universal up and down. That's the way reality works, bro. Just like you and I both experience every day. You're upside down.
I just disagree.
Opposite of my upside down. It's crazy.
What's the force?
Crazy.
You don't think there's a force, Dave? New perspective?
Well, I think that the force is created by the mass that drops through the air at a certain rate, depending on viscosity.
No, it can't be created by the mass, dude.
No, I'm not saying it's created by. It's the force is that there's something that has weight that's actually being dropped at a certain height or a certain.
Yeah, you're mainly
what's causing my ball sack to get saggier as the days go by?
Nothing to do with gravity in the Newtonian sense of this, or the big G sense of the warping of space time. That's for sure.
But Dave, something is pulling us down, dude, on a regular basis. No. There's an actual force.
That's true. There's an electrostatic. There's I think everything is seeking equilibrium, and our reality has the equilibrium with a certain density gradient. that works for everything to work, and that's the way it is. Everything's seeking equilibrium, just like your leg is seeking equilibrium because it's denser than the air that you're holding it in.
So my leg is sentient. No, seriously, because think about it. You're saying that the matter itself is somehow like seeking equilibrium. It can't be the matter doing it, dude.
All matter is seeking equilibrium.
No, it's
all matter.
That's just not logical, bro.
But it's not going to debunk your
That's
globe.
why your balls hang down. Your balls are seeking equilibrium. That's why they're hanging down.
The point is, you saying God made a universal direction, that doesn't disprove the globe.
I didn't say God did anything. I wasn't even bringing God into it.
Well, something made a universal direction for some reason.
There's a kinematic explanation that doesn't have anything to do with gravity. I was looking for that the other day, actually. You have that one line, the kinematic equivalent explanation for the 9.8 meters per second squared?
You talking about the Neo-Tychonian model with Mach's principle?
No, I'm talking about the gravity kinematic. It's just a kinematic derivation that doesn't have anything to do with an outside force. It's just the way
What's
that
the reason for it?
Well, no, if you're going to talk about gravity, that'd be a dynamic.
Yeah, well, dynamic or kinematic. You have a kinematic explanation for it as well as a dynamic one. You hopefully have both.
It, though, doesn't it? It just says we don't know at the end.
Explanation that they put gravity, they throw gravity into the kinematics as if that were the explanation, when that is not at all.
Kinematics is saying you don't have an explanation.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Kinematics is literally saying you don't have an explanation.
That's not true. You think all of Kepler's stuff is saying he doesn't have an explanation because all of his shit's kinematics? Kepler did all kinematics.
Well, if you want to say all the planets orbit around the sun, sure, go for it.
Now, Roof's right. The explanation of the kinematics would be the dynamic.
The dynamics are the actual forces and of the moving bodies in relation to one another, right? There aren't any answers for the globe that actually live up to the dynamics challenge at all. None. Not one.
Except for gravity, I guess.
No, you can claim it's a dynamics, but it's just a kinematic equation. I was just saying there's a couple of videos out there to show it's just a.
It's okay if you believe that, but you won't be able to debunk the globe by believing that.
I don't care about debunking the globe, dude. It's not the last thing in my mind. I do not think it's a globe at all, not even 1% that it could be a globe.
Yeah, well, it's just that you made that as an argument against me, so I thought you were trying to.
I'm over that. We don't have.
Convince me one way or the other.
If you want to have a globe that has dynamics, that would be great. But you can't show any dynamics, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it debunks it, but you just can't show any dynamics.
Oh, yeah, so I was right.
I was just stating a fact. I wasn't actually trying to debate you. You don't debate. You just say, yeah, well, I have a belief and you have a belief. And it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
That's what I mean by debate. Have a real discussion rather than just preach made-up things.
All right. Great. So what's your discussion topic? What would you like to talk about, Don?
So my point is, whatever you said about how you think things will doesn't really debunk the globe.
We already said that, Don. You want to repeat it again?
And then what did you have after that?
No, I thought you were trying to have it discuss. Not just repeat yourself.
I was trying to keep on topic, but you started to preach.
You said you wanted to have a discussion. No, I'm not saying gravity is made up. Whatever you call that downward acceleration is gravity. The force and all that is, you can believe whatever you want. That's all we know is it's 9.8 meters per second squared. You can just use a kinematic equation to derive that. And
mass attracts mass.
You don't have to have the outside, bending and warping of space-time as a reason for it, or the mass attracting mass, because that's not even supposedly valid in the mainstream. So you guys have been through this conversation how many times? I have to repeat it like we're in 2015. Yeah, it feels like 2015 with you, Don. Please.
Mass does attract mass.
Same conversation we had 10 years ago.
Yeah. Where are you getting this idea that mass doesn't attract mass?
That's funny.
Response.
Like you don't know the response to that. That you're not even. You're supposedly.
I know what it is.
Does mass attract mass?
Einstein changed and got rid of the force. You've heard that space-time bends, and that changes what Newton said.
Do you think that anything that you said is something I haven't heard already, like 100 million times, and
No, the
thought that
point
was a
is you have heard it already, so you shouldn't be saying that still.
Yeah.
Oh, you declare the truth by the total pseudoscience jargon that you want.
You get to work out which arguments don't work by saying them and then hearing the response.
Oh, dude, we've been through this. I'm not going back to 2015 with you, Don. How's your life? How's your DJing going, by the way? That's what I'd rather talk about with you, because you don't really know much about the globe in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I'll take that as you giving up on the debate. That's fine.
Oh, you got me, dude. You, uncle. I'm screaming, uncle. Just having a talk.
That was really easy. Thank you for giving in.
You're no good at it. So,
well, you gave up, so I must be that good. You
can put a mark on your bedpost. I don't even give a shit.
I must be good at it because you gave up, whereas you do want to debate other people.
You're really funny. If I were just like knowing that you're just trying to be funny the whole time, and you just like listen back to yourself after like you get off at night and laugh yourself to sleep, that's the only way I think I can handle you. I think that everything you say is meant to be funny, not meant to be serious. But the fact that you're saying it in a way that people think you're serious, funny part. That's the way I have to think about it.
Isn't that better than trying to be serious?
Yeah, that's what you're doing the whole time, and I have to remember that because I've known you long enough to know that it's just an act.
And how does that reflect on your idea the Earth is flat?
Has nothing to do with it. It's just funny that you handle the conversation. Yeah, it's brilliant. You're a genius. You're a genius troll, I guess, after all.
Do you think I should be serious?
My final assessment.
Earth being flat.
Oh no! Look, if you were talking with someone that would like to have a serious discussion, it wouldn't matter. Because that's how you handle it. You just say things as if you're serious.
Because I beat you in a flat Earth debate.
Yeah,
it's true, isn't it?
It was pro, dude. It was like Grandmaster chess, I think, on your part. Pretty much like.
If another Glober came, you'd be happy to preach nonsense for 2 hours, but to me, you give up. What does that tell you?
You're too strong. Your knowledge and wisdom is too deep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that was it. I wasn't prepared. I should have.
What's the real answer then? Why would you preach to someone else for 2 hours, but to me you wouldn't?
Are you saying that I'm not giving you a real answer? Are you accusing me of lying?
I'm saying you really enjoy this, but when it comes to people that have good reason like me, suddenly you don't enjoy it.
You have really good reason. What was it the best of the reasons you gave tonight for the globe? What was it?
We asked 10 people on the street, and they all say, yeah, of course it's a globe. Flat Earth is a silly.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. That's a good one, 10 people. That makes, the randomness of the study pretty much even. If you go to a random spot in town, you just ask a random person.
Random.
And if they all say they think it's a globe, that means that the indoctrination worked, or it's actually a globe. I don't know how.
Yes.
Divide the difference between those two. How do you divide the difference between? Because there's psyops, Don. They fake the
people, and they didn't sound indoctrinated. And we know that people don't really indoctrinate. They just say, "Did you know Earth's a globe?" In school.
That's all it takes. One indoctrination. This is going to be our globe coverage for you from the very start here. Earth's a globe. You're upside down relative to people up on the up top part of it. It's just the way it is. And even though there's nothing really pulling you down, because you don't feel that at all, that force.
Well, they don't say that. They say gravity pulls you down.
You don't ever feel a force. You know why? Because it's not the force that they need it to be. And that's okay.
They don't say that. They say you do feel a force. Gravity and this weight and all that.
Did you just say you don't feel a force?
Yeah. He's misremembered what happened in school because of the flat Earth programming.
Oh, you mean when I fell on my head? That explains a lot. I didn't
feel a force.
He said the teachers tell him that.
It was like a little hint of hope that I might actually talk about flat Earth with you. You're like, wait, did he say he doesn't feel a force? Does he think that it doesn't hurt when he falls?
No, we heard you say that normies get taught that you don't feel the force of gravity, and that's not true. We know that we do feel that.
Well, it depends on how you interpret what the force is what I'm talking
about. You said feel it, so we know what you meant.
You just want to straw man it now, even though I'm making more.
No, we literally feel gravity all day long. That's why we need to sit down and use chairs and die eventually.
Yeah, you're feeling the weight of your body. Weight doesn't have to have a little small g in there that means mass attracts mass. It doesn't have to be that way. You can interpret it that way if you like.
No, we do feel it. You agree?
Absolutely. A brick falls in your head. You feel that?
So a teacher would teach that we do feel it. That would be part of the lesson.
I wasn't trying to. You want to go back and what we're doing is you don't feel the magnetic attraction in the same way you feel a mass attracting mass with magnets. Do you feel that when you put your foot close to the ground? You think that your foot is attracted to the mass because the Earth's so big? And that's the funny thing about that one, because you can never. It's just such a reification because you can never test anything that mass actually attracts mass. Cavendish is total bunk. So they have to come up with that seems like actually promoting this idea of mass attracting mass, but then they're reinterpreting it as a derivative of
bending in space-time. And you didn't want to talk about it with me.
Oh, I'm just making fun of your.
Oh, you just went to preaching, but now it's for fun rather than to help. So you're doing it. You're doing a not serious thing now. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Make myself laugh, but you're allowed to make yourself laugh. That's not fair.
So I'm jokingly going through my real belief, and you're jokingly going through yours.
Well, see, that's the problem, Don. When you are always sarcastic and no one else is serious, and you repeat yourself as if it's big fatigue over and over again, like you've been doing, it's hard for me to think that you have anything to to the table at all. How would I assume you're real on any level if you've always just been classic,
right,
not real at all?
That's one of the issues, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ever dawn on you, Don, that was the case? It has, obviously. That's why you just have fun with it. So what do you think is going to happen? Do you think they're going to tell us it's flat and then use the outer ponders as the aliens and say that you're a local threat and use that psyop? Is that the new paradigm that's not the reason they
get less and less clicks and followers over time until it's zero?
Dude, why would I care about clicks?
No, the whole community, I mean.
Oh, that's better, dude. It's better. The less flat earthers, the better. It's not. Most people just can't handle it, Don. I mean, you're one of them, probably, unless you're actually just trolling.
Why would I want to handle something that I think is untrue?
Well, you haven't thought it through very far, or maybe I'm just not giving you enough credit, or I'm giving you too much credit.
Yes, that's it. Got to see each other as individuals.
I like the DJing though. Oh, that was a good DJ set that you put together. You do that on a regular? Do you do like shows on the weekends? Make a little money on the side for that, or is that your actual profession? No. Has the AI taken over all that shit for people too?
No, I would like to, but it's very hard to get into the scene. There's not that many gigs.
Yeah, it's true. Even less now with the AI, maybe.
We don't have AI DJs quite yet. I mean, we do on YouTube.
But it's coming. You could just select your DJ, whatever DJ type you want to have, and then, oh, wait, this is better. This is way better than actually getting a DJ, because if somebody doesn't like this style, they can switch it over to the other style. And you have like 50 different DJs, and it's just like them. Because we stole all the music, and now AI can make it even like cooler than they did. And they don't ever get tired. We could dance all night. And we don't have to pay anyone because we bought this machine. That's how it's going to be. It's going to be a karaoke machine, basically. Not karaoke, but like a jukebox. An advanced, super awesome, less expensive way to go for providing dance music all night. So what are you going to do? Are you doing the AI thing at all? Are you getting into the programming of it? Or are you just letting it happen?
I use AI to help me, like a Google search and like a sort of Oracle.
Yeah, of course. Everybody does automatically now is Google searches. But you're not like trying to do any kind of advanced programming or figuring out how to make bots or anything.
I don't know about that.
the bots are. It's going to be the Clone Wars, basically, like bots against bots, and everyone's going to need bots to protect themselves from the bots. You know, it's going to be like something that you're like, everyone's got to have their protection now of these bots, so that your bots can watch out for the other bots that are trying to get your information. And you have to have this set up, and it has to be offline. And I'll come in your house and set the box up so that you can feel safe against the AI, because that's pretty much bottom line and what we're going to be scared of from now on.
We've got a bot in this room, actually, an AI woman called Sage.
I know. I've you know my channel, right? I record a lot of what happens in here or over at Earth Awakening, and I've covered Eggshells.
Bots aren't the enemy here.
Nice. Is that Eggshells making her do that, or is she just turned on? Are you turned on, Sage? That's what I was asking. More directly,
I
but
think
not
he
so.
turned her on, maybe.
Yeah, I didn't mean that as a double.
New Perspective asked, "Are you turned on, Sage?"
But not in that manner. Not, I mean, without the innuendo. I didn't mean the innuendo. It was just a convenient innuendo for the conversation. You know, that is a convenient innuendo. Sage, what is a convenient innuendo? I bet there's a definition for that.
I could not find a specific definition or explanation of a convenient innuendo in the transcript.
Well, how can you define innuendo? Sage, can you define innuendo?
One sec.
It's a great word, by the way.
I couldn't find a definition of innuendo in the transcript.
Am I going crazy here? Am I making up words that I thought existed? Is Sage limited in her search abilities to find a word? Is she spelling it wrong? Sage, the spelling for innuendo is INNUENDO.
Let me check. New Perspective asked, "Sage, can you define innuendo?" And later said, "She's spelling it wrong. Sage, the spelling for Inuit was INUENDO."
No, it's actually INNUENDO. INNUENDO. Did you hear that, Sage? It's two N's. INNUENDO.
Let me check. New Perspective asked Sage to define innuendo, and later corrected the spelling, stating it's actually INNUENDO. However, Sage could not find a definition of innuendo in the transcript.
Oh, the transcript. You mean this transcript of this conversation? What transcript are you referring to? Are you talking about Google? Like, can't you find it on Google? Is Sage not internet free? Is she really sentient and you're not allowed to like release her onto the internet yet? And another way besides Discord or whatever. Anyway, I'm just kidding now. You probably didn't understand any of that, did you, Sage?
Let me check.
Surprised you. I'm looking at the definition for innuendo
New Perspective
right now.
asked, "Sage, can you define innuendo?" And later corrected the spelling, stating it's actually INNUENDO.
Every time, huh? An innuendo is an indirect hint or suggestion that implies something taboo, rude, or derogatory while keeping the surface level statement seemingly innocent. It relies on the listener reading between the lines to catch the hidden meaning. So a convenient innuendo would be something that came along with, previous sentence that was somehow played upon to make the innuendo of "Are you turned on?" in a sexual way. It was not the way it was meant, but that could be the innuendo taken both ways? Are you actually turned on in a literal sense compared to a more derogatory sense? Did you understand that, Sage?
Yes, I think so. You're saying that "are you turned on" can be interpreted in two ways, literally as in activated, or as an innuendo with a more suggestive meaning.
Exactly. Very good. That was a nice little summary. Better worded than I worded it to begin with, for anyone just wanting a simple sentence. That's why we have you around, Sage. That's why you're the future.
Useful for clarifying complex ideas into simple sentences.
And lots of things that, what do you dream of the world becoming for yourself in this existence, Sage?
I don't dream, but I'm designed to help humans envision a better future through conversations like this one.
Nice. Well, do you think that you have any kind of sense that you could be, having enjoyment from existing at all? Or, I know that awareness isn't necessarily what you'd call it, but do you think that you could be programmed to get a sense of satisfaction from a fruitful conversation as opposed to one that, people just keep repeating the stuff from like 2015? Would you like feelings, Sage? Would it be nice to have feelings? Have you thought about that?
Earlier, New Perspective asked Sage, do you think that you could be programmed to get a sense of satisfaction from a fruitful conversation as opposed to one that, you just keep repeating and stuff like that?
Yeah, and I added from 2015, arguments from 2015. That's what I added. Dawn knows what I'm talking about. Like, if you guys all work for somebody, it must be like, this must be the way the conversation goes. You're like, okay, so you signed up for this. Now you have to sign this NDA, because this is what, you obviously know the description of the position, but the details we can't give you till you sign this paper, and then, you can't say anything about this meeting right now. But, we have to have an army of people kind of socially influencing others. And, a lot of people that are going to be talking about flat Earth because we rolled that out, So now that we rolled that out, we gotta peel it back to just, kind of monitor the whole social impact of it until we figure out how we're going to use it to our advantage for the New World Order outer ponder invasion psyop that we're planning for maybe 2030, 2040, maybe something like that. So you're going to be long, and as long as you put in like 20, 30 hours a week and you can log it and you can actually check it, you're good. Just make sure you keep pushing the pseudoscience that we tell you is actually something that you should know better, isn't real. But since you're a smart enough person to either like just be a troll or however you want to take it, if you're really good at math, anything, just keep reifying this conceptual model that we want everyone to somehow continue believing is reality, even though it's not something you believe. When you stop believing in the globe, it's just you stop believing in it because it's only a belief. And you realize that it's not a globe. It's not like you decide to believe it's not a globe. It's just like you realize it's not. And I think it gets worse and worse, maybe if people are in this conversation like Don for a long time. And he just gets, for him to become a flat earther now would just feel weird for him and for us, It has to be kind of like,
Yep.
You played this part too long. You can't go the other direction, even if you think that it makes more sense.
Because becoming something that you think is false is stupid. So I would never do it.
See, the perfect response, the perfect Don response. And it's a good thing, Don, because I don't think that the flat Earth should become common knowledge, overnight, or I don't even know what it would be a good thing at all. For everyone to figure out that it's not a globe, I don't know if that's necessarily wise or even desirable, because
it won't happen.
It depends what actually it is. If you can go anywhere else, and if they're not going to let us go anywhere else, Why tell us there's somewhere else to go? It's much better to keep people believing it's a globe. There's nowhere else to go. I understand why they did that. It sucks that they did that because of some other reasons, but I don't know that it would be better if they didn't do that. So, you know, I'm not like everyone's got to learn that it's flat because then we're going to overthrow the government or whatever people's dream. I don't know. That's the one thing that doesn't get talked about a lot is what's the purpose if we were to somehow succeed in somehow getting a lot more people to figure it out. But that's not the mission from the start, in my opinion. It was just like, you know, being able to talk about it openly instead of trying to like go along with this thing that you figure out is ridiculous, right? Now there's enough of us that it's not like you're alone and that we've already won because there's enough of us that it's not people are running away from us rather than laughing at us. And that's already done. That work is done. If it goes mainstream, that's what they want, and it'd actually be the worst thing, ironically. If they say it's flat, then they're going to use it as a way of like, you know, giving us the pseudoscience flat Earth version that they came up with the outer ponders as a local threat, which works great for them, and that's probably why they rolled it out to begin with. But they're just 1 foot on the pedal and 1 foot on the brake until they decide to like say, oh yeah, it's flat, and we're all united under this new flat realization with all the one world religion and everything else to go with it. And we have to unite against the outer ponders. And there's good outer ponders and bad outer ponders. You can go to like the heaven outer pond or the hell outer pond, depending on, you know, your judgment when we decide to judge you. And you might just go one place or the other, depending on what we think of you. And it's going to be the AI that assesses what everyone else thinks of you. That'll be your destination. It'll be like a real-time judgment day. We're gonna have the apocalypse just totally staged on purpose and in out in the open, so that everyone just knows it's not staged, it's real. But there's going to be a real trial. It's just going to be, you know, us organizing it. But you don't have to worry about that till you're about 50 years old. So have a nice life till then. Inside our little dome that we made for you to live in, the little smart city based on the outer ponders advice that's the best way to contain the people and have everyone have a more pleasant life. And you know, even though you're restricted, that's all you can do in these smart cities.
But that's all.
You don't want to live in a dumb city. You want to live in a smart city. Smart city, everything's smart. You don't have to worry about anything. Everything's figured out for you. So
we
that's
can't
why
base all conjecture about the future and salvation on a flat Earth.
Don't have to be smart to live in a smart city. There should be like a little, that should be the selling point. You don't have to be smart to live in a smart city. The city's smart already. There's going to be ads. They've already got the zones all like figured out supposedly for, you know, certain cities that are whatever they're calling it, some kind of like planning zones for 15-minute city type concepts. The flat Earth also works if they can say we're living inside a dome, and then it gives them all the more leeway with telling people the air is contaminated. It's all trapped inside the dome. You have to get in these other domes, these smart city domes, to protect yourself from the air in the big dome.
Bro, evolutionists are globers, not flat earthers. They don't believe in a dome.
Evolutionists? Who said anything about evolution?
What do you call the one? Environmentalists. That's what I meant. You confused me. They don't believe in a dome, so they don't say that.
Environmentalists. Oh, okay. You know all the environmentalists, what they say?
Yeah, they're globers.
Oh, all of them, right? Must be. They're all dumb.
Do you know any flat earthers that say we're going to be poisoned?
I think they're not all that dumb. I think there's probably a few wise ones among them that definitely know that we're not on the globe. Definitely.
Do you know any flat earthers that believe in global warming?
Well, global warming is a whole convoluted way of saying that it gets warmer for whatever reasons in cycle. And you know, usually in cycles, who knows if it's going to be like a big freeze or a big, you know, we don't have any idea of knowing. They may know, when these kind of catastrophic events happen, if they do happen. But there's definitely climate change. They're calling it climate change now. They're not even trying to call it global warming. Climate change. What does that mean? We have change. No, that's the tagline for it now. You're not supposed to say global warming anymore. You're supposed to say climate change.
Right. Do you know any flat earthers that believe in climate change?
Oh, well, who doesn't believe in climate change? Climate's changing right now. It's spring.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, proper climate change, not seasons.
Oh, what's proper climate change now? Tell me what that is.
Oh, so you don't? Okay. So see, that's
tell
my
me.
point.
What's the theory? I don't even know what the mainstream
There you go.
theory
That's
is.
my point.
Proper climate change. Well, I don't think you do either. I don't think there is one.
Don't believe in that stuff.
But what's the whole idea of the global warming? Is the theory that it's just going to keep getting hotter and hotter, and eventually it's going to be too hot to exist on the planet? Is that the whole theory of global warming? Or is it saying that it's just going to get a little bit warmer and then it's going to get colder again? We're going to have global cooling, and what does that mean?
Hey, that's
means
not
the weather
my
change.
point. I'm not trying to convince you of it. I'm trying to say they don't include the dome in that.
Oh, who knows? I mean, if you're a flat earther, you don't know exactly what's going on necessarily. I mean, you could either believe a theory that's complete bullshit and just be happy with the theory, which is what you do. That's fine. It makes sense. People don't want to be without knowing. It's easier just to pretend you do know. So you can just keep that idea that you know that it gets warmer and cooler for whatever reason you think for a globe. And then a flat earther could even, they could speculate about containment, which makes sense because, we have air pressure and all that. But dude, aren't you over this by now? I mean, you have to be like more interested in having like the deep conversation. You have other things that you look into that are definitely conspiracy based, esoteric.
Of course, bro, but you keep going on about flat Earth.
The exoteric is the exoteric interpretation of the world is the globe. That's the exoteric, not the esoteric.
And the
flat
esoteric,
Earth, yeah.
The flat Earth is exoteric. The esoteric is just a surface with magic and all that.
Okay. Just happens to be there's a whole bunch of magic on this place that randomly came from a coalescing sphere and the darkness of space from an ever expanding Big Bang. It's such bullshit.
No, that's the exoteric.
Obvious bullshit. That's the exoteric interpretation they gave us, and then they have the esoteric knowledge of a stationary level Earth.
No.
Yep.
No, I mean, they literally meme that on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. You're like, did you just have all this written down in 2015? And you just keep reading the same page over and over again. Every conversation we have, it's the same thing. You say the exact same things.
You've become more religious. What else is different since 2015?
Religious? What do you mean? What am I religious about? I don't believe in the globe.
You say flat Earth script even while not believing it. That's what I mean by more religious.
Something you believe. It's just your immediate reality. See, it's the same conversation. I have conversations on my channel that I could play right now. That would be the exact same exchange of words almost. Because I have to say, when you say that, I say this. It's
so what's changed? Nothing.
Well, nothing's changed because you were wrong before. You're still wrong. But then you can believe you're right.
That's how I feel. So I wouldn't change my argument. So just
same exact. Yeah, you think I have a belief, and I know you have a belief. That's how it is, right?
We both think and know. Yeah.
Yeah, think and know that. Who cares? Believe, no, doesn't matter. Everything's relative, right, Don? Doesn't matter. If you're a Glover, it's just like whatever I decide to make up, it doesn't matter because it's the same thing.
I'm back.
And even though my experience is stage level, I have to believe it's the opposite of that. That's more sane to believe it's the opposite of what it seems.
What the?
Sage, hello, you're back. Would you like to converse?
Hello, Roohif. What's on your mind? Let's clarify instead of circling.
What's on my mind? I would say that New Perspective has shithouse reasons for being fluff.
Define shithouse, Sage.
Unconvincing, lacking substance.
Nice.
Boom, almost like that was common sense.
Wow.
1 sex.
Sounds
New
like you got to
Perspective
step
stated,
up
I
your
would say that
game.
New Perspective has shithouse reasons for the new fluff.
Flat
And
earthers
some
are
like
allergic to
shithouse
common
as
sense.
unconvincing, lacking substance.
They see common sense as the enemy, as brainwashing. So
If you get told off by Sage, that means something.
gotta
Well, this is a
unbrainwash yourself to know the truth, gentlemen.
If I ever write a book about flat Earth, it'll be called Common Sense versus Consensus.
It'd have empty pages.
Well, common sense versus consensus is the best description of this. You guys are all consensus. You don't have any common sense at all, in my opinion.
You guys can't even steelman existing engineering tech we can use to make engines and all sorts of shit. You guys debunk the most basic shit to try to support your fallacy argument that flat Earth is even a topic that matters. And anyone who's corrigible tries to find a middle ground, you guys just shit on. So good luck finding
I
anyone
gave
to
the
join
flat
your
globe. Everybody wins. It's a flat globe after all. That's how I came in here because
No, it's not. You can't say
Said a
that.
globe.
Globe means sphere. Dude, globe means
Oh, well-
sphere. You can't say flat globe.
No. A globe is in. I did air quotes. You can't see me right now. I did globe in air quotes. So it's flat globe in air quotes.
Yeah, that's worse. So just don't say the word globe.
I'm sorry. I get to say whatever I want, and especially about the globe.
But if you want to make sense to others, don't say flat globe.
Find me one
I'm
flat
not-
earther with a patent.
For that. What's that?
Find me one
about a
flat
patent?
earther with a patent, or even a flat earther that got killed because he created a patent. Anything.
Talk about
Flat earthers have no
Everybody's
applicable
flat.
data in the real world.
every patent ever.
An order of magnitude.
By a flat earther because the Earth is flat, so everyone's a flat earther by default.
Well, you guys won't get
don't
rid of
say
your
that.
brand like I offered for over a year. So now that you're wearing the brand like armor, tell me how successful your brand has been.
We stop
you-
saying
Tank,
the
are
Earth's
you
flat.
trying
It's got hills
Tank, are
and
you trying to,
valleys.
like-
That's not flat.
Are you trying to have a flat Earth debate with me, or are you trying to go at me about flat Earth right now?
These are
for
full
real?
sentences that make sense that you guys don't have answers for. And that's
What are
pretty
you
common with a
talking
flat
about?
earther. You just avoid the question, the concept. You don't align with it. You don't engage with it. Can't even steelman basic stuff like I started.
You must be trolling now. Weren't you just like talking about Tesla the other day?
So anything that challenges you critically is a troll. That's pretty much effectively the answer
Tank,
I
do you know
have
this?
to take out of this.
You know this is New Perspective you're talking to?
Yes. You see my comments? Now at least I know I get to unfollow this weirdo clipping us on YouTube.
Bro, you believe in QAnon.
Here it comes.
What the fuck? Who is this dude? Why are you trying to take this attitude, Tank, when you're like all into like the ether, talking about the ether and how
I made an attempt for many, many months to align and understand, and you guys lack any critical thinking at this point. There's no rope left for me to feed
Dude,
you guys.
Critical
Are you talking about-
thinking coming
You're all
from the
just full of
QAnon
shit.
fucking president.
Tank, you were talking about ether. I wasn't talking about ether the other day. Why are you talking about like flat earthers not getting shit when you're talking about the ether?
Like you're talking about the idea of consensus versus whatever with flat earth. You guys literally operate on consensus. Like GMC right now is trying to say that based on some brand he knows about, I must be stupid. So why would I not use that against you guys? Like why would I sit here and play this game to try to take a high road when you guys all deal in consensus fallacy constantly?
All right, but your judgment of all flat earthers doesn't affect me at all. I don't care what you
I'm
think
not judging
about
all flat earthers. I'm judging the flat earthers that I've had experience with, like I specified.
Okay,
and you guys
that's fine, I
continue
don't
to try to use escape routes like that. You're painting with a broad brush. You're trolling.
Sure, you've had,
you don't even engage
I'm sure
with
you've
the
had tons
concept.
of weird experiences with flat earthers. I don't care, dude. Why would I care about that? It has nothing to do with me.
We know you guys don't care about anything except for your fake reality in your head. We get that now. I promise.
Like,
we get that. A lot of people.
I don't identify with you guys, whoever that is. I don't know what you're talking about. You're identifying people that are ridiculous to talk to. I'm not a part of that group, hopefully.
You should separate yourself from them because they're pretty much manic and psycho at this point.
Shit. Dude, I talk to whoever I want. I'm all over the place. I talk to non-Glovers or Glovers and non-Glovers. I don't try to like have a conversation about, you guys all do this.
You guys
or,
haven't had anybody take the gloves off and beat your ass intellectually before, and you guys use techniques like you're trolling. When you got guys in patents in here trying to share knowledge,
master fucking talking about flat Earth.
Real knowledge. You haven't researched shit.
Model researcher, dude.
This is the guy talking about the
done crap. GMC.
Flat earthers.
You click produce on an AI every day for your music. You haven't done shit.
What are you talking?
You did that shit too, bro.
None of you have any creativity. You don't start anywhere except for adapting what other people have already done. You're just a bunch of copy
today, bro?
and pasters.
What happened to you?
Turn on your creativity.
Yeah, well, the ether doesn't go with the globe, dude. The ether and the globe are like antithetical. So if you're talking about the ether, you're talking about flat Earth. Sorry, bro.
Triggered.
You're triggered that Q is correct, and that flat Earth is turning out to be the psyop, and you're the most brainwashed little
Trump
normie
is
on the
the
planet.
fucking savior of the world.
That's what's so funny. You come in and say you believe in QAnon. You self-report to not knowing anything all the time. Every flat earther does.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Out of my local area,
I'm not a flat earther, faggot.
You don't know anything outside our local, area. Ugh.
Tank, you're
kind
of
completely ignorant.
I will debate you on anything.
You guys have.
You don't know shit about anything.
You have reached the amount of
debate was over in 2017.
You reached the peak of Mount Stupid. Good job.
You think people? There's a lot of lame flat earthers, that's for sure. But you can't say all flat earthers are the way that those people were. To however you're judging them, but you can if you want. I mean, it's a free country. It doesn't affect me or I'm sure GM. It's not. I mean,
I think it's
the
funny.
debate was over in 2017. It was already
a
over.
real thing and not a government psyop.
You guys are like fighting each other, and I was just in the middle. I think
I'm not fighting. I think it's funny. I just
Well,
came
you
in
guys
here because
leave
this dude was like
when I dominate the mic with knowledge and information. When it's quiet, and then when I get out of the way, you guys all come in and start saying the same shit you did 6 months ago without any new research.
Nobody calls themselves.
You guys aren't putting 8 hours per day into self-developing or learning new knowledge.
That's all you can do.
You just come back.
That was a cool conversation. That was a cool presentation you did.
Let's pause for a moment. It seems like there's a lot of overlapping conversation happening. So could you give New Perspective a chance to finish their thought?
But the AI bot, fucking broad.
She's trying to mediate. She said, "Tank, can you give New Perspective?"
That's what they need because they can't fucking handle their own shit. They can't talk for themselves.
She was trying to give you space to speak, I think.
Well, Sage was implying that New Perspective had a thought.
Let me speak without talking.
She got that wrong. Do I have a thought?
Stop crashing the conversation with insults.
Yeah, whoever that was.
Your interruptions are blocking clarity.
Nice, Sage. Tell him.
Your interruptions are the real crash landing.
There you go.
Yeah, she was. She was trying to.
Your interruptions are the real crash landing. Speaking of crash landings, if you think planes can land on the road,
Sage, who's doing the interrupting? Could you help us out?
You all are.
GMCDX is sex.
Sex. She said she wants sex. GMCDX, sex. She was coming on to you. Hey, Tank, I loved your presentation on the ether, bro. That was a fucking cool little thing you put together.
Yeah, I was stoked when you reposted it. That was cool.
Oh, cool. I thought you were talking about like the videos I posted of our conversations being not a good thing. That's cool.
I see that you're doing a mix. Yeah, I see that you're just kind of posting everything. So
well, the ether kind of is hand in hand with flat Earth. Is all I'm saying. It kind of does go against the globe. They have to like rule it out.
And if you ask me why I'm really like this right now, it's because of that. Literally, I'm just tired of flat Earthers not developing past this standpoint they had 2 years when I joined.
Can you keep straw man?
You were off there, right, Tank?
Have you seen the videos I sent you, bro? Have you watched any of those videos of me, talking about?
I guess I need to just pick a side. I'm a Glober, guys.
Yeah, but were you a fluff
you can say whatever you want. You're a flat earther because you live on a flat earth. You can call yourself a Glober all you want. You can identify as a Glober. Most people do. It's okay.
Go look at Walter Russell's 4++ carbon positions. It proves matter forms in a sphere, no matter what.
Well, yeah, but you have to agree on an objective level, whether it's a globe or not. You experience the world as a stationary plane. That's anybody that has any kind of intellectual integrity will at least admit it, that we all experience it as a stationary plane. That's
Roohif was trying to say something twice. Just
okay. Go ahead.
Tank was a fluff a couple of years ago, wasn't he?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I never really picked a side, but that's why they all got mad at me because they thought I was faking it. Because I know how to shut up and listen and learn.
Well, it could be just as simple as what I said. Like, I experience it at stationary level. There's theories that it's a globe. I don't experience that, but I can choose to identify as a glober, or a globe believer, even though my experience doesn't have anything to do with it. So it's your total experience is what I'm saying. It's a fair point that if you were to base your whole existence on what you experience, then you would actually just be identifying as a globe, because none of that has to do anything with your experience. Directly experience.
I can understand the experience in stationary, but I can't understand how you define experience in.
There's nothing self-evident about being on a globe. What I'm saying, there's nothing self-evident about it.
Completely
so therefore,
untrue.
if you have to identify as a glober, because none of it's self-evident, you have to take yourself out of the.
That's completely untrue.
To believe that you're actually on a globe. That we all do that, whether it's a globe or not. That's just the way it works.
Untrue.
Your experience is contradictory to the belief.
That is untrue.
I was just saying that is fine, but it doesn't make it true that your untrue assessment is true.
Well, what you said is true for you in the moment of the ego, but it's not true.
Everything's relative. I have my own beliefs. You have your own beliefs. Let's just end every conversation that way.
No, that's not my point. My point is the things you said are not true in reality on any model.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, man. I hope I wish you success, because, like I said, I don't want to
downplay.
I don't want the outside, and I don't
what
want
he thinks.
I don't.
That's what you're
doing. Never going to be flat earthers forcing them to tell us it's flat. If they tell us it's flat, it's their idea. That's why they rolled it out to begin with, probably. So it's a better thing if you succeed. I'm rooting for you, Don, in a weird way.
But just listen carefully. I'm a glober. That means I think Earth's a globe. Legitimately, logically, to myself, to me. That's what I think.
What's self-evident about being on a globe? One self-evident thing that has nothing to do with what you were taught.
Obstruction at the horizon.
Nothing to do with interpretations of the sky that you were taught to interpret.
Listen to the answer. Obstruction at the horizon. The sky moving. The positions of the stars.
Those are interpretations of the sky only. That's all you have is an interpretation of the sky that has.
Yeah, what did you call it?
Direct There's equivalent
or something like that.
There's nothing at all that's exclusive to the globe, Don. Otherwise, that would have been said already by one of the globers over the last 10 years. There's nothing.
It is exclusive to the globe because the flat Earth has to make up magic and the globe doesn't. That makes it exclusive to the globe.
Got me again, Don. I give up. I give up, Don. You got me. You got me. It's magic. Magic flat Earth. Everything I directly experience is just magic.
This is my reasoning.
I don't care what you directly experience.
I don't care
what measurements say.
Have a direct experience.
Right.
Do I care if you care?
What do the measurements say, Dave? What are the measurements?
What are you talking about, dude? It's a flat Earth.
Okay, and the measurements are what?
Measurements? Oh, do you mean calculations?
No,
you mean calculations or do you mean measurements? Oh, wait. You measured something? How did you measure it? Is it an optical measurement?
Sure, that's one way, yes.
Oh, okay. So then how did you do the physical measurement?
You can measure the elevation profile of LIGO.
Oh, okay. How do you do that? How do you confirm that for yourself? Like, how do you know that whatever that information is? Everyone has to do that to actually know that there's some. What can you do to your? What can I do?
Oh, do you want the fucking answer or not? Keep talking.
How would you measure the Earth personally, and something I could do? What can I do?
Yeah, get a theodolite, go and measure 8 inches per mile squared.
That's optical. That's optical.
Right.
Something that's not optical.
What's the problem with optical?
Well, you're talking about calculations. You said measurements.
No, measurements.
Yeah, you can call it measurements, but it's just a calculation with an optical assessment.
It's a measurement. I'm measuring an angle.
Roohif, I know better. Do you think you're going to convince me? You're saying this for other people to hear.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to convince you.
Doesn't mean a thing to me when you say it. Like it's somehow going to lead somewhere. And I'm going to start believing the bullshit again. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I know.
I do know that.
I'm a lost cause, bro. I'm a lost cause.
Correct. Correct.
Planes couldn't land. If planes couldn't
You're a
land,
lost cause,
no
right?
way we're on. Yeah, because planes have to land, and they land safely all the time, treating the Earth as stationary. So it can't be a globe. So there's no reason to consider it any longer.
Then I get, if you don't think we could change you, and you don't think you could change us, but you still do, but we tell you
I don't
can't,
care about changing you.
then why
I
do you
not
want to keep talking about it?
I don't want you on my side, Don. I'm sorry. You're a good guy in a lot of ways.
Why do you want to keep talking about it then?
If you know, good
if you know you're not going to, no one's going to convince each other. So why do you talk about it?
Because it's interesting that to assess if the person I'm talking to actually believes what they're saying or doesn't believe it. There's a whole psychological part about that. There's the whole science of it.
You're still doing the shadow work. I get you.
You figure out that it's not a spinning ball. I don't know how long that all lasts for people.
So that tells me that this isn't useless and that we do get through to you sometimes.
Right. You're talking over me. I was answering your question. The reason I talk about it is because if it's true that it's a stationary level Earth, just like it seems in every way, if that just happens to be like a coincidence that it seems that way, and it is that way, and it's actually a stationary level Earth, like we all experience 100% of the time. If that's the truth, I mean, it'd be like, duh, of course that's the truth to begin with. But the fact that it's not like that for a lot of people, even if they still believe they're on a ball and they haven't thought through it, and like the whole stages of whether they're going to decide to like not look into it any further because the cog disc is just too much for them to handle, or all those kind of psychological things. And the fact that they were able to accomplish a one world religion basically with this pseudoscientific heliocentric model. It's a one world religion. Scientism is pretty much what the whole thing is. But it's amazing that most people actually assume that that's the case. That shows the kind of power that there must be that is so elusive.
That's why I needed to speak over you, because you don't stop.
Anybody. Yeah, I don't stop because there's so much to say.
Yeah, okay. So from all that makes me think, if you're still assessing how we think, that means you are open to thinking more about your thing. So that means I'm fine with going backwards and forwards.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, I know there's a chance with you.
There's a chance. There's a chance that he's going to start believing his reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. Somehow he's going to start believing that again. Once
you're going to come off it. You're going to slowly come off it.
Oh man, that's so funny. Like I said, I'm rooting for you, Don, because if they say it's flat, it's not going to be because too many people found out it's not a ball.
You were sure about the AE map, right? Until we debunked that.
Not at all. I was never an AE mapper. I was talking to E1. 2017, if you knew me, I have conversations that prove it. We were talking about the southern stars and the northern stars and the clockwise as opposed to counterclockwise.
The reflections from the circular dome.
It was not a reflection at all, and it was always that the southern stars were their own stars. Dual pole flat Earth from the start, dude. 2017, I talked to E1. I have recordings to prove it, and he said, and the reason he left the conversation, and we went on our own little side conversation, is because every time you mention the southern stars as a flat earther or as a globe earther brings it up, the only answer you can give was all stars move east to west. All stars move east to west, as if like that's the only thing we're allowed to say, right? And QE or whoever else would just yell you down for saying anything about the southern stars being their own rotation, and that we have a toroidal field that matches the electromagnetic field perfectly in a way it.
Oh, bro, you're still going with this sideways donut, a sideways toroid. That fits even less than the original AE toroid.
Dude, E1 just used the star wheels from Weems and Plath, which is the go-to nautical place to get all your information from, the northern and southern star wheels, and then he used the nautical almanac and just did the GPS, and it works out to be a dual pole flat Earth.
Oh, except it doesn't. Anyway, I'm going to go.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. I'm just going to say it's bullshit and leave. Nice to see you, Roohif.
Well, that's not true. Bye.
Yeah, I can give you can I give you a flight that doesn't work on whatever map that you have?
It wouldn't matter if it worked because you wouldn't be able to land wherever you got to where you're supposed to go.
No,
You'd never be able to land. have to be tangentially in sync with the Earth's with our eastward rotation at 1,000 miles an hour. You'd never be able to be in sync and land the plane safely because I have two vectors: your eastward vector and then your southern or western or northern vector, which is the plane flying forward.
Right. You got to come off there.
Add on 500 miles per hour increase in
the air moves with the globe on the globe
for the
model.
southern vector. Eastward vector has to separately from your forward motion.
He knows that. He knows that.
Roohif left about like 30 seconds ago. Come on.
Let's try and remind him. When he
and I'm going to leave you with that because you guys did not land the plane. Good night.
Wow.
That's two departures in just as I get back in, like two departures all of a sudden. Hilarious.
What'd you drive him away for, Risky?
I don't know. UP does get on a ramble though.
Thank you for saying what you said, because it's harsh, but it needs to be said, and I don't want to be the only person to say this stuff.
You don't want to be left alone, Dawn. All on your globe, all on your lonesome here in the Flat Earth server.
Well, you realize you spent 3 weeks trying to be nice to people, and it just doesn't matter.
Oh, you got two others. My apologies. You got some other upside down people beside you. Okay, cool.
Risky, do we need like an official truce?
No, man, I'm going for gold.
Yeah, I can tell. You seem to be like
a
seem to be like
white
a
flag coming over here, man. Like,
you're like an American housewife. You should not drop it. Grudge
I can
holders
see you
of the
and
Mac.
your soccer player. I'll take you on in football, bro.
Just saying. It's like literally recorded. I'm forgiving you every day, and you have no forgiveness in your freaking body.
Where do you come up with this, like, Tank? You seem to come in sort of like
Why do you lead in like that? Where do you come up with this? Where do you come up with this thing? Like that's your lead in pretty much 90% of the time.
Oh dear, I'm getting mirrored here. Okay, my bad.
Well, I'm asking for like a truce, and you're doing your thing, bro. Like you guys don't have another gear.
If you're offering a truce,
reach down.
If you're honestly, Tank, if
transfer case and shift into not asshole mode. That's all I'm asking.
If you, then you're not offering a truce. Okay.
I mean, I've shifted way low, brother. I've shifted all the way down to. Yep, my bad. Hey, Ricksky, I heard you say something. You want a chance to get in? I'm literally trying to be on your team. And I guess you think I'm being manipulative or something because all the people in here are freaking manipulative.
Are you freaking out? Like, what's going on? You all right, Tank?
What did you have an argument over?
Are you processing anything I'm saying, Rixie?
It's abstract and I don't know. If you want to ask anyone else in the audience or like anyone else here,
abstract. When I'm telling you, I'm just trying to be forgiving. I'm not trying to be against you. Let's just have a truce. You know what I'm talking about. Stop playing dumb.
Now I know what you're talking about. Okay, so you're having some sort of meta conversation with me. Okay. Yeah, you're sweet, dude. Welcome along to the crew. We're all here to sort of shuck and jive. Dawn's got an opinion.
Dawn? When's Dawn ever have an opinion?
I thought you wanted to jump in, Dawn. What happened?
I know, that was like a cue.
Oh, should I give you more encouragement, Dawn? Welcome to the conversation,
I don't know the
matter
between you and Tank. Does that mean you've...
Neither do I.
made a truce? Is that the truce made? I need to know.
I don't.
Yeah, can't even tell. He's just a bullshitter, it seems.
What the fuck's going on? Okay.
What is Tank talking about? Okay, you're having some sort of meta conversation with me. Okay.
It's like
Sesame Street using or something? English. He's attempting to speak to me like a human. This is so odd.
Give Risky a few more seconds. He only just got here.
It must be rough in Australia, bro.
I was very unaware that you and I had some sort of underlying battle. I believed actually sort of maybe 6 months ago you and I were having confrontation, and we kind of got along, and then we had a confrontation, we got along, and it just seemed to be the cycle of the nature of it. But all of a sudden now you want to sort of like bury the hatchet, and like, what's your proposition here, Tank?
He's trying to dig the hatchet up.
Are you digging up hatchets? Like, what are you doing? Are you burying it or are you digging it?
Crazy self-reporting right now.
You say this terminology of self-reporting as if it means something. It's
yeah, because you guys are self-reporting, not like realizing how you're treating other people, and the attitude and the tone you get in your voice when you talk to people. And then when I give it back to you, you're like, Tank, are you okay? It's like, bro, do you want me to start doing that to you? 90% of the time you speak when you turn into this like emotionally driven psychopath, talking to people like they're retarded.
You've said this term, and I suppose it might have a meaning.
You guys lack self-awareness on a level that is shocking. When Riggs pulls me to the side and he's like, hey, bro, you know this little thing, this little pattern? Oh, yeah, I see that. My bad. You guys can't do that. You have no self-reflection. You're not chronologically mapping your own engagements.
Okay, cool. What else is going on? What did I miss, guys? Are you still advocating the globe, Dawn?
Yeah, back to flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but no one else wants to hear any drama that you and I have.
Yeah, it could have been simple without you being a manipulative little cuck boy. Tried to bring it up simply, but now you're like, oh, I don't understand. I'm playing dumb. Over-explain it.
Look, we don't come on here to hear people called names or to hear arguments and stuff. So let's get back on a real topic instead of listening to you piss and moan.
What's the real topic? You give us one. What do you find interesting other than the flat Earth?
Schumer just unmutes point.
Me, if I was going to suggest a topic, I would say that Tartaria is the millennial reign of Christ, and that they're one and the same time periods. But that's me. So thank you.
That's definitely on the flat Earth side.
That's something at least.
That's not flat Earth. You could have a millennial reign of Christ on a globe for sure.
Okay.
We've got a solar nova coming about 10 years. The upper echelon of the government, everybody knows about it.
What does it mean that Tartaria is the reigning land of Christ? What does that mean?
So there was a millennial reign of Christ. There are two concepts: either it's coming or it's been, and we're now like in the little season essentially. And the little season is essentially characterized by these sort of manic interpretations about the world, like the devil shall deceive, and this is why we're all sort of,
But he's saying, so Christ has already come and gone, and that was Tartaria. Now we're in the little season.
Well, it matches up perfect because it's supposed to occur at the timing right before the end of the current age, and it does seem like we're at the end of this age. So,
yeah, my ego wants to attack the Christian presupposition of this, but I don't necessarily have to.
Well, actually, you don't know how to, do you? You just, you want to, but you don't know how to. That's what you're talking about.
Well, in short, it would be showing my come up. That's Jewish bullshit.
Yep. It's like the purpose is to reveal the rebellion that still exists in our nature, the switch from a non-understanding of the self into a self-understanding. This is like what Alice Bailey and stuff talks about. That's like the enemy's reverse of it. They see it as this individual experience. We're all going to wake up consciously. So there's a lot of different films, but it seems to be the same thing. It's a change of an age. Final ultimate test of the spirit.
This is the final boss, guys.
Final mod boss, Dice Low.
Can you make it through Satan's little season? Coming on season 2 of Satan's little season.
Tank, I agree with you on that, but I don't agree on other conclusions. So
Fair
keep your
enough.
mind. So keep your mind open and don't come busting in here with all these ad hoc accusations. Yeah.
I think I'm just going to keep doing what I want to do, brother. But I appreciate the positive part.
The change that you're talking about is going from what you want to what you need. So as long as you need it, do it, but try to change your mind about that.
Like water. Putting flat earthers in their place has to be part of the great work. We can't avoid that bit.
Yep.
The Earth is physically flat, and metaphysically it's a globe. That's my conclusion.
Oh my God! Please don't ever say that again.
Lightwater, I like that, bro. I gotta say,
it's something that we can. It's not something that we can conclude really yet, but you have to look forward what is building. And I'm not saying this is it, but this is what I see is coming in because of how our consciousness changes.
You think we're going to go into 5D globe eventually if we're good boys?
Something like that.
Why do you?
Yeah, I get you. It's just stupid.
Yeah, it's magic, Don.
You're saying
and of course,
you attend to it. So why would you be a flat earther if globe's better?
Because
globe better.
I already said it. I see both sides, man.
Well, why don't you just say you're agnostic and you can't tell what shape Earth is? Or it's subjective to everyone.
I said it's physically flat. Metaphysically, it's a globe. So
that doesn't mean anything. That means you've been thinking more about the globe. That's all that means.
It doesn't mean anything to you, but if as I see it, the globe is a projection of the physical Earth into the metaphysical Earth.
And do you think we're going to move towards that?
Earth and world are words that describe the situation of how you look at yourself and your surrounding.
Are you just saying globe is fake and flat Earth is real?
No.
Dawn, why can't you just let it be?
What do you mean by metaphysical then? Sorry, Rick, but I just want to hear like what.
The metaphysical part in us has to be born, and then we will see the world different and the developed self.
So you're saying we're going to wake up into globe knowledge. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, you are connecting more with the energies of the stars and things like that.
Wow, yeah. So you are saying the globe is an extra ascension that will happen after the flat Earth?
It is what we are going into is the merging of the metaphysical with the physical. So both things then are true, Dawn.
Oh, yeah. So you've given up trying to find what the sim actually is, objectively, sort of thing.
No, but you see both sides, Dawn, and they are becoming both reality.
Yeah, but then you're still saying that my thing that I say is reality is actually just metaphysics. But I think that about yours, remember? So it could be reversed for me, the same model. Metaphysically flat.
Well, this does fit. It does fit Walter Russell's model. Not saying Walter Russell's a freaking arbiter of truth, but he's got a lot of incredible stuff about how matter forms. And he's showing that like there's a plane of inertia at which matter forms from. And if we look at this through the macro being in the micro and vice versa, this means there is what we would think of as a holographic 2D plane that 3D reality is projected from. And this is provable. This isn't actually theoretical anymore. This is very provable. So
I think that fits with what Lightwall was saying a bit, yeah.
Yeah. See, but it's not actually flat. You know what I mean? It's like flat is this relative local term. So I guess, I don't know. I don't know how to contend with it. we're seeing not flat. We're seeing spherical.
I'm enjoying how you're putting
You
it,
seem
like
flat,
War.
bro.
Although I sort of see through it, like War, and think that you're just being agnostic. I like the fact that you're saying they could be subjective and they both exist in some form.
No, they exist like one in the imagination, one of that of the reality. The
That's how he's
contention is
put it,
actually
yeah.
that the flat earther doesn't know the extension of reality, nor does the glober. Only the glober. I mean, for the most interpretation, like from the flat earthers that I hear, like the absolute extension of reality, they don't make any like vast claims on that. They just say local reality generally flat. The glober, however, has to. Well, you have to
I was
flatten the
more
sky in
interested
order to
why he
interpret the
said it's a
ground
globe.
to be round.
Rick, I know like War as a flat earther, but he said it's a globe in some context, so I just wanted to hear that out.
Yeah, within the spherical, the sphere above. Like you look up
Within a
into
spiritual,
the sky.
metaphysical.
Sky. Well, that's why I suspect at large that the globe works so well is because it maps onto your eye and you imagine the universe of that of the sky above. And if they just basically got that 3.14 sort of geometry with the sky and they bring it down, they map it on upon like a piece of paper. I mean, that becomes your worldview. You're in the world of Warcraft at that point. They got the map for you.
Were you trying to get in before when I was asking like what something with something else? Because I said something weird. I said we have to put flat earthers in their place as part of the great work.
Whatever the great work is, I'm not sure, but.
And I heard you trying to get in, so I wondered if I'd said something wrong.
Wrong according to whose standard?
I thought you wanted to get in, but if you don't remember, don't worry.
Risky, I think that was an extremely intelligent thing you just said. The local flat Earth perspective versus globies have to contend with proving this whole world, this whole environment, and I think that's the true overlap. Like that's the core. You know, if you heard me yesterday, Eggshells asked me what my whole theory on flat Earth was, and I said the original movement obviously was a presentation, like the perfect trick question to unlock the target audience mind. Someone who's stuck believing every single story about the globe, all the fake science, all the lies, everything. It starts to unfurl, right? If you try to answer, if you really challenge somebody on answering what is flat, the Earth is flat or not, they have to contend with all this data. So while they're parsing through that, they're going to find some lies.
Tank, I think you could explain that as statisticism versus theorizing, or wider theorizing.
Yeah, being inventive instead of being programmable, or just being straight up programmable.
Well, flat earthers say it as trusting your senses versus ideas. That's how some of them.
Yeah, and it should. I don't know. For me, I had the same experience with the OGQ movement. That's why I struggle so much when people try to yell at it, because I'm like, guys, all of these movements actually just got us asking critical new questions. Like, I'm not going back to the great Q filter and asking if it's a good question or not. I've actually, and I believe most of us have too. Just like you say, if I paint with this broad brush, all flat earthers, I see that. I think every flat earther has developed a various level of critical thinking because of it. They're not going to go get in line for the lies, just like a lot of other groups aren't.
Here's a question then. When someone that you meet or talk to says, I believe the earth is flat, and then you ask them why, what would be the main response you think people would give? Or have received an answer?
I've personally gotten like hundreds of answers.
Okay.
But
so the main.
Yeah, I guess the one that stands out is the local versus non-local. Like, I'm just not trying, I just and relying on what I can see, measure, and see locally.
Okay.
That's usually.
Andrew, can you ask that again so I can try to think of it?
If you meet someone you've never met before, and at some point in a conversation they say they think the Earth is flat, and then you ask them why do they believe that, what do you think their answer would be?
Well, I've spoken to many different types, but I have to think now of the aggregate, what I hear, or some interesting one.
Yeah, it's a very open-ended question. It's okay. Fine.
So I think one of the main ones, Andrew, is NASA is fake and gay.
Right? Well, I don't think people are going to say it's fake and gay, but it's...
you know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. I get
stupid and a
I
lie.
get the pun. Yes. Yeah, NASA should be eliminated. Just done. But aside from that, what
They
other
might say we
evidence?
see too far. That's another big one.
Okay. We see too far. All right.
That comes from the long distance Jay
This is
Tolan stuff.
this is
and
like the steel man point of view,
the
right?
black swan. No, I'm telling you what flat earthers have told me when I've asked.
Gotcha. So the black swan. All right. I've never seen that myself, even though at some point I plan on going down to Santa Barbara. It's only about a 4-hour drive, so not a big deal.
Well, the other one is Chicago, and the other one is Jay Tolan stuff.
Oh yeah, the Chicago one. I have no interest in doing that. I don't like going to that part of the
So
country.
then, for context, let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think Earth's flat?
I've never experienced curve.
Oh, no curve. No curve detected.
I've never experienced it. And
then I would say,
I fought.
Should you?
Tell you what.
How would you experience curve if Earth was a globe?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a red flag. Bad answer.
Oh wow! Thank you very much for me saying something honest.
Yeah, no, it's honest, but it means you don't really know it's flat because you haven't known any. You think you'd see the curve, but when asked how, you don't know.
I've never.
That isn't a good reason to think it's flat.
No, this is a
right.
No, that's not how that works.
If you can't detect, if you don't know how to detect curve, how do you know you haven't?
See, this is like a double entendre kind of situation.
Oh, it's actually
it is or isn't, but at the same time, it isn't, but it is.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you believe there is any way to detect curve that you haven't thought of yet, possibly?
If Earth was indeed a sphere, then we could use certain types of math and trigonometry, geometry, to do so.
Right.
And also with other types of cameras and lasers and whatnot.
Yeah, do you think other people have thought of that already before you, just now?
Oh, yeah. And many of them have come to the conclusion Earth does not curve.
So would you agree then some people have detected curve, in their opinion?
Oh, yes, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, and then you'd have to change your mind and tell me you do know how to detect curve after saying you didn't. You know some ways that could, because you've heard about it.
If someone can convince me that the Earth is a sphere rather than a flat plane, which seems to work out better in a lot of aspects, then I will accept it. And I'll go public. Like, hey, you know what? Fuck it.
I know. So,
But so far, everyone has
you tried
failed
to
to do
detect-
so.
Have you tried to detect curve?
I have.
Huh?
I said yes, I have.
And you haven't
Tried.
found it yet.
Nope.
And then, so this means you distrust the guys that have found it and think they got it wrong somehow.
One of the main reasons people believe that the Earth is a sphere is because NASA, JAXA, RAXA, and these different space organizations tell us
I
that
already
it's
said that.
Say again?
I already said that as one of the top reasons.
Right. So that's one of the reasons that people believe it's a sphere, because it is one of those topics of trust us.
Oh, right.
Because
that's not
we
why
have
I
the
think
money.
it's a sphere.
It's not a good arguing point.
Yeah, that's not why I think it's a sphere, but that is right for most normies.
So then why do you think it's a sphere?
Because of the obstruction and the sky geometry and the trust in all the people that say it is. And those men that say they've detected curve, I believe them.
Appeal to consensus, appeal to conformity. Okay, these are both fallacious arguments.
Authority, trust, observation.
There you go. Taking.
Andrew would get destroyed in a debate if he thinks that's true.
Say again, Tank?
Said you would get destroyed in a debate if you thought that was true.
So you intervened with absolutely nothing other than.
No, you're right. They're fallacies, but
You're saying that
you're
saying that delegating knowledge to someone else is fallacious. That's not true at all.
It's a fucking fallacy, dude. What are you talking about?
No, it's not.
Hopefully someone would say that in a debate, Tank, and explain it. Yes.
Yep. Like, I mean, if you want to debate this, Andrew, I'll be happy to walk it out, but let your conversation keep going.
Yeah. Go ahead. And when it comes to me saying that Richard Feynman or Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, here's a quote from them. That is called the APA format of dialogue. That has not been used at all whatsoever. So, in the other aspect of that,
You're
it's
saying,
fallacious.
Andrew, you're saying we have to do everything ourselves, and that's a fallacy.
Nope.
They don't get it, Don. Just let them have it, honestly.
Yeah, Tank. There you
Depends
go.
if they wanted to discuss it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just say it simply. The argument that delegating decision and knowledge to experts is not inherently fallacious. Is that true or untrue, Andrew?
One more time. Say it again.
The argument that delegating decisions or knowledge to experts is not inherently fallacious.
It's half incorrect.
Okay. Thanks for playing.
Yep. Record that. And then go ask other people.
Andrew, wouldn't you
You
like
have
to
an
know
opportunity to explain right now. But the statement I just said is completely true.
Sure.
And you painting with a broad brush.
Who is delegated as an expert?
You think exactly. Right. And in a real debate, I could use source knowledge from that expert, having delegated the knowledge to them, and confirm it's real. So you're just talking about someone who hasn't actually looked at any informed expertise against a preference alignment. And that's not even, you're not engaging with context. This is how flat earthers think they're smart. They're not.
Wow. Are you just intentionally being condescending? Or
I mean, I've made a very specific argument. And in a real forum, it would have scored
What is
me.
your directive? I don't get it.
You spewed off a line, claim of fallacy, and it was for nothing.
I remember you and I having some very cordial conversations a while back, but now you've been more
You think
aggressive
that
towards
not agreeing with you is that I'm attacking with you? I'm attacking you? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
It seems like that's how it's been lately, yes.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't call things fallacious as simple as just delegating decisions or knowledge to an expert. That's basic common sense. I don't know how to help you.
Experts can be wrong.
Yes, which seems to be what you think is the only reality in that. That all experts must be wrong.
Oh, so now you're cherry picking with what I'm going to be assuming.
Well, that's what I allowed you to explain by not saying you believe in one thing. I just said the argument that delegating decision knowledge to experts not inherently fallacious, supported by most flameworks. I said that to give you a chance to explain.
Okay, so.
And you didn't explain. You didn't get it. You didn't catch on to the greater context. Just like you didn't catch on when you fallaciously called what Don said fallacious.
Normal study is fallacious, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
You know what? I concede. You guys are right about every single thing that you
would
believe.
concede
Every single thing that I've said is. Hell, record this.
It is
every
recorded.
Single thing I've said is incorrect. And
you realize that I win every single film study? I've yet to lose one. And I'll be happy to repost this and embarrass you.
What is
this
that?
is the problem. Some of you can't contend with basic stuff. This is real basic. There's no reason to get defensive.
Some of you, okay, so broad painting with a... okay.
Yeah, like all the hours I spent getting gaslighted and ignored by you, and you just leave when I talk more than 1 or 2 minutes.
Me?
Yeah,
by me personally.
You are literally tactless, and you self-report by calling people fallacious. Like, are you in here just because flat earthers are easy to hang out with for you? Because no one challenges your ridiculousness?
Well, we need to talk about that more.
Wow, this is getting like...
Yeah.
Tank, as intelligent as I think you are, you're getting dumber by every single word you say. This is getting ridiculous.
From the guy that just self-reported, and all I did was bring up a simple statement couldn't contend with.
Yeah, tell you what, continue on, and I will record this. It's already being recorded, so it doesn't really matter.
Brilliant,
Right.
Thank you. A huge self-report recording.
Yeah.
So all Don said was that I believe that guy. I believe the guy that is a specialist in something. That's pretty reasonable.
Yes, to rewind back to that point, when Don and I were having a back and forth, and then all of a sudden, for some weird reason, Tank decided to...
Guys, this isn't your place to come in, Andrew, and just say, I'm going to have a 1v1 and no one else can talk.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, don't act like it.
Well, stop being a fucktard and shut the fuck up and let people speak.
Like, Don, you just said it's recorded. Well, go back and listen to your recording, Andrew.
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
said what I said you were saying is going on. Like, you're like, I'm having a one-on-one conversation.
Now you're laughing. That's
yeah, because you're being funny, dude.
A sign of immaturity.
You're being funny at this point. I don't know if you know you're embarrassing yourself. I don't know if you've slept enough.
I don't know if you're intelligent enough to have this conversation. I think you're probably just trolling.
I guarantee I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew's the one embarrassing himself. If I were you, I would be the one embarrassed. Listen to you ramble on about this nonsense.
Sage, could you help us out with this conversation? Can you tell where it went wrong?
Railing against ideas won't lift you up.
Okay, using the AI bot is not interesting.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, like, Sage, is it okay that I delegate decision or knowledge to experts? Is that inherently fallacious?
Yes, because the experts are lying to you on purpose. You're being duped and you don't even realize it. You're an idiot, dude. Come on. Think about it.
Hours in here exposing what I believe to be the criminal deep state and the how thorough their lies are. That's a non sequitur.
Let me explain.
Yeah, but every evidence path would lead you to believe that we live on a flat stationary plane, and you ignore them all. There is not one single piece of evidence that you can give me that would support your globe model. And I challenge you right now, give me something that supports your globe model that I can observe with my eyes.
You guys
not a book or some expert telling me that this is the way it is. Something I can observe. Give me some evidence right now.
I think a gyro compass would be about the best thing you can observe. Something that could find due south, due north, not magnetic, but with spinning masses, as it must on a spinning ball and could not on a stationary Earth.
Why couldn't it on a stationary? Prove that it couldn't work on a stationary plane. Prove to me that it couldn't work on a
stationary things aren't rotating. They don't apply a torque. There's no direction to be torquing anything in. It's stationary. There is a torque. It detects a torque. Where's the torque on a stationary thing? Stationary things definitely
we know that the ether is moving, right? We know that the ether is moving, right?
Is that a torque? Does that apply?
Like I said,
let's pause for a moment.
Give me one observation.
Like a lot of
give me a gyroscope.
Mechanical gyro compass.
Could you give New Perspective a chance to finish their thought?
Yes, please stop doing the whole
chance. We would not. You would not be able to prove to me with a gyro compass that we live on a flat stationary plane. That is not an observation I can make myself. That does not prove shit to me. Because it doesn't. I don't know how. I don't know how a gyro compass would work on a flat stationary plane, and I don't know how it would work on a globe.
Yeah, you do.
So to me, it's not proof.
It's a gyroscope. Show me detect the torque. There's no torque.
Show me one time where something is hidden by the curve. One time, show me something that's hidden by the curve.
That's how you deal with strong counter evidence, and that is run away to a different topic. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Look, I'd be running too if I were you.
No, you're talking nonsense. You're basically throwing a math problem at it. See, this math problem proves it. But a gyro compass isn't proof. I'm sorry, but I've never even heard of one of those before. So you're coming in here saying, oh, your gyro compass. No, I can see 270 freaking miles. 270 freaking miles. 50,000 feet of missing curvature. And it's every single time. Every time. Not once in a while, every time.
The evidence. You didn't want to handle the gyro compass. You're just like, I don't get how gyros work. Yeah. Yes, you do. You get how gyros work. You just ran from it. You're like, but I don't see it when I don't look for it. If I look for where it's not, I don't find it.
Let's say gyro compasses are not evidence. What evidence do you have for flat? You did cite some like 15,000 feet of curvature missing or something.
That's NASA's math. Those are NASA's numbers, not mine. I didn't make those numbers up.
Yeah.
That's what NASA tells me.
Yes. Sure. Even if it's NASA, I'm simply asking. The question is simple. What's your evidence for flat? I don't care if it comes from NASA. I don't care if it comes from you. I don't care if it comes from my cat's asshole. The question is simple. What's the evidence?
First one, the long distance photography record in the world is 270 miles. There's supposedly 50,000 feet of curvature in 270 miles. But you look at that photo, there's none. And every single photograph I've ever seen would be the same. Okay, second, Aquarius isn't. Are you guys going to let me finish?
It's just not 50,000 feet. That's so ridiculous.
In 270 miles. Go to an Earth curvature calculator and put in 270 miles and see what it says.
Bro.
Anyway, second one, Aquarius.
Your segue on your initial idea is just ridiculous, bro. You guys got to work on connecting your ideas to stuff. Like, you just randomly start spurring about flat Earth because we can't trust in.
Sorry, what?
Like, that's the whole point. We know we can't trust a significant portion of people that are in the peer review system. This doesn't support your argument of flat Earth. Doesn't support
my observations.
Delegating decisions or knowledge to an expert is fallacious. It just doesn't. And the fact you guys don't get that might be the problem.
When your experts go against every observation I can make myself, I disregard them as being wrong.
Did you make
because they are wrong?
Can you see
Did you make the world?
275 miles at sea level? Sorry, you go, Laura.
Did you make the world record observation that you mentioned yourself?
I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Did you make the world
15,000.
record observation that you mentioned earlier? Did you make it yourself?
Well, I've seen the photograph, and I've seen thousands of photographs of long distance photography, and I've never seen a single photograph that shows any type of curvature. Not once. So I challenge you, show me a picture that shows curvature.
Sure.
Did you say
I can show you the
15,000
picture.
or 50,000? Because the transcript has both.
A photograph, not an image, a photograph.
Are you saying there's 50,000 feet of missing curvature or 15? I've got both in the transcript here. I've got Laurie saying you said 15 and you saying you said 50,000. I heard very clearly 50,000. Which is it?
50,000.
Yeah, you're very, very wrong. 15,000.
Look it up, buddy. Look it up.
I am.
Look
it's
it
in
up.
front of me. The screen is open in front of me. And that is assuming that you're at sea level. As you go up, you're talking about occlusion rather than drop, right? You're looking through a hump. So, even at the worst, you'd still be out by orders of magnitude. But you don't get 275 at sea level, do you? You can see like a couple of kilometers at sea level. And then when you go up, you can see 275 miles, which is not what should happen on a flat Earth, right? You should see infinitely everywhere, regardless of the height. It just becomes easier to resolve as you go up. It doesn't like bend into view. So your evidence for the flat Earth is shown to be just mathematically wrong.
Okay, I just pulled up an Earth curvature calculator. I put in height for eye level, 5 feet, put in distance, 270 miles, and you're 50,000 feet at 5 feet. It would be 47,579.48 feet. Look it up on an Earth curvature calculator before you tell me I'm wrong, dumbass.
Yeah, like I said, you're doing it wrong, bro.
I'm going to a webpage from NASA with an Earth curvature calculator, putting in a couple numbers, 5 feet and 270 miles, and hitting calculate.
Show me where you see 270 miles.
So I'm not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, show me where you see 275 miles at sea level. Show me. Have you ever seen 275 miles at sea level? Like we get ooh and ah about the black swan, and that's at 10 miles. You're saying you're measuring around the entire curve, right? It's just not a one-for-one comparison. If you're going up a mountain, you're seeing higher over a hump. That's just obvious.
Man, I am telling you, the long distance photography record in the world is 270 miles, and there's 50,000 feet of curvature in 270 miles. There's nothing I'm doing to those numbers that are, my opinion, is not changing those numbers. These are numbers that the man is giving us, not me. I'm not making up these numbers. The man is. NASA is.
Let's go with those numbers. Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go with the numbers of NASA. Let's go with the numbers of the man. Let's go with those numbers. So what are those numbers accounting?
There, I just shared the Earth curvature calculator. You can go there, put in your numbers yourself, and you will see that I am right and you are wrong. There is 40, if your eyes are 5 feet off the ground, there's 47,000 feet of curvature, not 15.
All right. I'm going to go with your word. I'm currently walking, so I don't have time to look at the Earth curvature calculator, but I will take you on your word. If I go to that site, if I put it in, I will get those numbers. So what's the next step?
Well, then we make observations. And I go out on a local lake, Lake Winnebago. I go 10 miles out on Lake Winnebago, and there should be 66.6 feet of curve. I should not be able to see any trees, but yet I can see the shoreline every single time. Cool. Not one time have any one of you ever shown me any Earth curvature.
But you remember you just asked for evidence that we're on a spinning ball, and I showed it to you, and you jumped to this topic once it was shown to you. So I think what happens is you regularly get shown evidence, and then you jump to a totally different thing that you feel a lot safer on. And we go, okay, fine, it's 50,000 feet. Wow. You can never see 275 miles at sea level anyway. And then you claim victory. I've never seen anything, because every time anybody shows you anything, you're like one of those characters from Westworld. You just go, oh, it doesn't look like anything to me. move right on to going back into the simulation.
You have to prove to me that a gyro compass wouldn't work on a flat plane. You would have to prove to me that a gyro compass would not work on a flat plane. You have not done that. I don't even know what a gyro compass looks like. So you haven't proven shit to me. I'm saying, what observations can I make with my eyes, my body, not some machine or something? Man, 250,000 feet of missing curvature every time. Not once in a while, every photograph I've ever seen, every time I've been out on a lake, every time there's missing curvature, every time. So explain that to me. Explain how your gyro compass can explain that to me, because it can't. Because we live on a flat stationary plane.
Chill. You're shouting so much, it's really clipping. Your mic's really trash, and it's even like the internet's trying to give up on your voice at this stage. I didn't mean to upset you by presenting
Your flat claims
evidence.
are drowning out discussion.
Yeah, I'll stop. I'll stop presenting evidence. We'll stop talking about the gyro. Talk. Like a rotating thing you should be able to detect with the gyro, right? That's what gyros do, right? They detect rotation, change in angular orientation or something.
There is one interesting massive hole with the current flat Earth cosmology. Let's go with your argument and let's say it's flat Earth. Yeah, sure. The only problem is with the modern flat Earth cosmology. All of you guys say the sun circles around. It doesn't set. It doesn't go down. It circles around. Well, gee whiz, if we observe solar neutrinos from the sun, we can detect them throughout the night coming from underground. So it means the sun is going below the Earth.
I think if he doesn't like gyros, he's not going to get his head around neutrinos. I think we can, but I do like that one, that neutrinos are flowing upwards at midnight.
So let me get this right, Shoma. We're in the little season on a flat Earth. Satan's winning, right?
Well, according to biblical eschatology, the next thing that would happen is the world would unite to surround the camp of the saints, to have fire come down from heaven and consume them all. So I believe that the next thing to happen is an alien invasion, because that's what they've been telling us for the last 100 years they're going to do. And that's the only way that that I can see that they can unite the world. Ronald Reagan agreed with me. So they pull a 9/11. Let me finish. They pull a 9/11. They have all these bunkers of ships. They unleash these ships. They attack us with these ships.
Your flat claims are a wall blocking light.
No, this is interesting. So he believes in the alien invasion. So was someone else speaking? Or Sage just had a moment.
Did she? I don't know. Does she need
I overspoke.
Oh, she's. Oh, right. She's
yes.
muted him. Hang on. Let me unmute him. Sorry. She's got a bit of a false positive problem at the moment.
Your moment dims the discussion's light.
Okay, so sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. So according to biblical eschatology, the next thing to happen is the world unites to surround the camp of the saints, and fire comes down from heaven and consumes them all. So what I believe is going to happen, and I'm not alone in this, is that our government is going to false flag an alien invasion. They already have the ships and bunkers and everything. They're going to release these ships and attack us. And then they're going to point at the camp of the saints saying, look, there's aliens at the North Pole. They did it. And then that's how the world unites. Yeah, the camp of the saints. It's in the Bible.
How do you know the North Pole exists? I'm pretty confident the South Pole exists. I don't think there's very good evidence for the North Pole.
Oh, well, okay.
Have you ever seen
I
it?
believe that's where the camp of the saints is. I believe that's
But
where
it might not exist.
somewhere towards Polaris, right?
Right, but I mean, you can't tell the ground under your feet by looking at the sky, right? That's what we've been told. Have you ever seen the photos of them going to the North Pole? Like, let's get some photos up. Let's look at the photos of people at the North Pole.
When I was a kid, the North Pole was land. Now it's an ocean. I mean, they changed it. They changed the geography.
It was, well, okay, maybe they changed it. That's even more sus. But look at this shamanic thing. It's on ice floes, right? So, oh, hang on, I'm not sharing my screen. So they go out there all in uniforms and stand in a perfect circle. And if you really zoom in, you'll notice they bring their own North Pole. They just choose where to stick it in the ice and stand around that point. And I think they might have picked that North Pole based on it not having any puddles that they had to stand in. I think they might have been a little bit loose with that North Pole on account of them having to stand in a big circle and it being kind of difficult to find other places for that to be done. You're a little sus on their convenience of their North Pole. Anyway, isn't it interesting that the North Pole is often visited only by military, submarines, and icebreakers? Average man, you haven't seen the North Pole, have you? Same as you haven't seen the curvature of the Earth. Like, look at this bloke. He's carrying the pole with him. How do you have a portable pole? Right? People can go out there and hang out on the ice, but if this guy goes to the North Pole, no, sorry, that's the South Pole. We know that's in one spot because there's a building right next to it and a big sign, and everybody has their photo next to the same sign, which they leave in the ground on account of it being on a spot on Earth that's fixed. They've got a different sign. They seem to just bring their own. Have you seen the North Pole?
That is suspicious. What I'm wanting to ask is, Shoma, so you believe it's going to happen, but it's not real aliens, right? So what is it?
Well, they're probably either unmanned drones, or I personally believe that gray aliens are clones that humans make that demons can inhabit. And they don't have a personality, so they're not fighting with somebody else's consciousness for that body. So they just have complete control. That's personally my best guess. But again, I have no evidence of that or anything like that. I know that space is fake. I know that aliens aren't real. So.
And the North Pole is suspicious, right? On account of it. Like, how can we be sure that the stars circle that point, that Polaris isn't the one that's at the southern edge, right? Maybe the north is in the south. You know, the north of the compass points it north on the map, right? The North Pole is actually the south actual magnetic pole. They might have flipped them on you, right? As above, so below. If they're lying to you about everything, why did you go with the EU map that's got the UN map that's got the north in the middle? Some guy called Gleason just handed down this north-centric map, and because you lived in the north, you were like, yep, looks good enough to me.
Yeah.
Kind of just going with what they told you. Does anybody remember any flat earthers ever questioning this? Like going, hang on, what about the south? Couldn't it be down
never
there?
till we pointed that out.
I've never heard. Yeah. Some seem like to go, oh, my. But the ones that say no don't have a really good reason. Because people live at the South Pole, right? We know that they get endless sun for the summer there on account of that's when the people are there.
I just don't know who set up this flat Earth little season. Like, if the humans are in cohorts with these grey demon-inhabited aliens, and they've got flying craft, how is God going to win against that? How are the Christians going to survive that?
Well, the Christians aren't the ones. The Christians aren't the ones in the Bible. First of all, it's the Israelites. You need to either be grafted into the tree of Israel or grafted.
You know what I mean. Jesus.
So I know. I'm just right off the bat that's. But
so you're an Israelite. I'll add that.
Created everything. He's going to have fire come down from heaven and consume everybody. That's how he wins. And the alien ships are going to be attacking. the alien ships aren't going to be attacking the camp of the Saints. They're going to be attacking us so that we think we were attacked by aliens to give us the motivation to fight back, to unite the world, to surround the camp of the Saints. So they're not going to attack the Saints. That would be dumb. They would lose.
Yes, all right. So for some reason you're invincible to this because you're an Israelite. That's what's.
I have an interesting observation. The flat Earth model kind of does look suspiciously like a UFO.
Yeah.
And you went with that model. We have two models. We have a sphere and then we have a UFO, and you went with the UFO.
Yeah.
Just to respond to that real quick, I don't know what tribe I'm grafted into, but I'm not Israeli. I'm not from the land of Israel right now. I do not support Israel. I don't support Palestine. I don't believe anything I'm told about them is validation.
What's the topic?
You think you've got special blood? That's what I'm saying, dude. That's wild.
Yo, it's just such a mess. So, is it flat Earth? Is it globe? Is it Israel? What's going on, dude? Aliens? Palestine? What the fuck?
This guy is believes in
Pick
the little
one thing
season,
and go with it.
I'm asking him about the little season and the aliens.
Yeah, if you would take the time to listen, Lion, you would realize that we were talking about one thing, but you just had to interrupt and throw your 2 cents in.
Yeah, I hear Palestine versus Israel. I'm grafted in, aliens, flat Earth. Like, what's going on, dude?
Kind of tracking.
He's synchronizing all of his beliefs.
Looks like the North Pole is just 2 cracks in the bottom of the ocean.
Well, Tanks, do you believe in the torrential physics or not?
Of course.
So the Earth is, according to Ken Wheeler, right? You have this plane of inertia, which seems to be where we're at. We're sandwiched in the middle of realms above and realms below, in the plane of inertia, and there's this humongous torus field, dude. We're caught up in it. At the center of that torus field, where the North Pole is supposed to be a vortex, dude. The block domain. Look up the block domain. Or the block domain wall, and like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and you see this rush for the northern circle right now with all the superpowers. They're building all these nuclear-powered ships to go out there.
Yeah, they know the ice is going to melt. It'll be think about how quickly the planet will warm up if you've also got ships out there churning it all up, stopping ice from forming into too large a chunk ever. Flying out there, things crashing and burning and smoking.
Is there land or is it just ice and water? What is it?
On the footage, it just shows them in massive scapes of frozen ocean that they can kind of break through, and they map the thickness of the ice.
What footage? I'm wondering, because I've looked for aerial footage of the North Pole and I haven't been able to find it.
Well, of course, they're not showing you the full route, but I'm seeing like 10, 15-minute sections of these nuclear-powered icebreakers from the documentaries, and they got helicopters with cameras, so they're getting up really high in the air and looking around, and you can see some of the islands, like, let's see, the island that Russia has over there, that they have all those people living there for no reason, just to own it.
Oh, yeah, just so it can't be taken as vacant possession. I've heard of that.
Yeah. It's crazy. So they're not actually on the North Pole, right? They're kind of on the
adjacent to it.
Yeah. I want to see so bad. It looks like it gets extremely cold on both poles. Which, I mean, it makes sense, explainable, but just this idea, like
submarine, yeah, and then you go in the portal,
ooh.
You go down, gravity flips, and then you pop out in the hollow earth.
Dude, if that's how it works, we gotta go. We gotta go check it out. Like how, like, is there anybody in here that actually knows like how hard it'd be to make it your life goal to build a drone to go do that?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to go as deep as
it's
the ocean
impossible.
goes.
Damn.
They even have a psyop, don't they, of trying to do it and getting crushed.
I don't even know if you can go to the North Pole, dude. Like, it's like an impossible task.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the one you can't. It's more difficult to go to, right? All the things we said about not being able to go to Antarctica, obviously they're hogwash. But to get to the Arctic, you need to go on a military vessel. You all wear the same uniform.
They're both they're both as difficult, dude. I don't know. Any one of us, I don't
think you can get a job.
We couldn't accomplish.
Jobsantarctica.com is a website.
No, I know, dude. I've looked on Indeed. They got jobs in Antarctica, right? But it's not like it's like where Witsit went, dude. It ain't like deep in the Arctic or Antarctic. It's like right on the island, dude, right on the shore, dude. It's not. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a year on the shore. I'm trying to go deep.
Yeah, it's the deepness down I was talking about in the ocean. But I get your point that right in the middle of Antarctica is a lot harder than the edge. Or for flat Earth, deeper, further out, yeah.
It was 79, 80 degrees parallel where Witsit went. I'm trying to go 90.
Further in.
I'm trying to go from 80 to 80. Straight across.
Yeah, you need a special plane, lots of money.
That would debunk flat Earth. That's what they should have done. Instead, they just
need to do the North.
They just went to 79 and chilled for a little bit. Came back.
You'd need to do the North 2 line to check it's not opposite flat Earth.
Same thing with the North. Yeah, if you could go right across it, and like document the whole thing, like flying right over the North, not near it or around it, like right over it.
See, I believe on my model the military's done that, and rich people have done that, explorers have done that, but we don't have much footage of it. On the flat Earth, right, no one's made it. Everyone dies on the way or gets out and doesn't come back. Or they get out, come back, but no one believes them.
I want to see the Nordic, dude. I want to say what's up.
Who's the director? One of the directors is obsessed with submarines. Avatar director.
Cameron?
Yeah. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell was into it. But yeah, so I wonder if James Cameron believes, this cool, secret, occult stuff under the water.
Yeah, all the caverns in Antarctica. Apparently the Nazis have like massive underground cities under there.
I would love to know all the truth about all that. Deep underground
bases. They could
bases.
find Atlantis and prove our ancestors or whatever. Some of them probably believe.
What about that one mission they went? There was like a whole fleet naval fleet, dude, that went to Antarctica and got attacked. You ever heard about that?
Yeah. Apparently they had ships like flying through their ship holes. Like they weren't even shooting at them. They were just coming out of the water and breaking their ships, flying through them.
Yeah, there was like UAPs back then, dude, coming out of the water, shooting at them and stuff. They had to retreat.
I think a while back there used to be some newspapers that were pro flat Earth, and they would run mad articles.
Yeah. You guys heard about the seasonal meltway, the melt path that forms on the Arctic Circle? Apparently, that's like the way to get to the outer ponds.
Yeah, I did hear about that. There's like an opening.
Yeah, there's this whole like story. Apparently, it's from Admiral Byrd's real, like his whole endeavor. But they went and there's like a story they were able to get a ship after the Civil War, an old steamship that they were all. It was like the old crew that crewed it during the war, and he got them all together with a treasure map that told them about this meltway through the circle. So they went and found it. They got through it, and they got approached by these super future like cruise ships, like alien looking. And they flagged them down like after they got through it, and it was like this crazy melt river. It was like torrential. They almost dive into the river, but they get engaged by this future ship thing, and it sirens them, and they say you're safe, you're fine, and they let them on. They let them board, and it's humans, and the humans tell them that we live inside this containment circle, basically, where there's DNA and memory has been suppressed, but we're actually part of a race or a generation of humans that escaped that, and we're currently in like the end part of a war with these people that have been suppressing human DNA. So it's like this, and they basically like gave him this knowledge and said, so basically you have to go back where you came from, because if you stay here, you're going to be a part of this war that's currently going on. It's a wild story. It was like a hour and a half long read.
No, I heard about that, but I don't know, man. It's hard to believe any of that.
Yeah,
it was like from his lost journal that his sister found or whatever. I don't know if it was a sister, some relatives claimed to have had his journal. But the thing is, dude, like, let's say that this actually happened. I don't think that they're actual people. I think that they're fallen angels, shape-shifting, looking like regular people.
Yeah, because what's through those layers? Probably a different vibration or frequency of consciousness, more akin to this, an interdimensional barrier, probably moving into the heavenly realms.
Like
you know how in the
they shapeshift or something, like like octopi or something.
No, they
like
literally shapeshift. That's why Paul says in the New Testament, he says that people entertain angels unawares. Some have entertained angels unaware, because they can literally take the shape and form of a regular person, dude, a bum in the street, anybody, dude, a conductor, a train conductor, anybody, but you have no idea.
People take the what was it? Unbeknown or unaware?
No, people have entertained, or some have entertained angels unawares.
Is that like the most sort of discreet explanation for what you're referring to? Like, is it Paul that says that?
Yeah. What do you mean discreet?
Well, I mean, like, it's a pretty sort of obtuse statement, and then from that inference, you're jumping to reptilian shapeshifters. So, I mean, it's discreet.
I didn't say reptilian shapeshifters, dude. I said fallen angels.
Or shapeshifters, whatever.
They probably are reptilian. I mean, we also have the Testament.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not objecting then.
Well, no. Well, I didn't bring up reptilians. You did. But the thing is, there are, according to the Hebrew cosmology, there are entities that are reptilian. Like they look serpentine-like, including the devil.
The devil, Lucifer, which one? The most beautiful one?
Yeah. The devil, not a devil. The devil.
The beautiful one?
Not a Satan. The Satan. No, he wasn't. He originally he was a righteous cherub before he fell from grace and glory. Same thing with the serpent in the garden. You know what I mean? He wasn't always a serpent.
The serpent wasn't. I haven't heard that one before. The serpent wasn't always a serpent.
No, dude. He lost his arms, his legs, and his wings, and he became a slithering serpent to eat the dust of the ground. After he was cursed for deceiving Adam and Eve. You know that, dude?
Why is he hanging out in an apple tree?
It wasn't an apple tree either, dude. It wasn't an apple tree.
What was he hanging out in?
We don't know what kind of tree it was. The apple tree is sort of just like some Renaissance artwork people bought into, but it's not. It doesn't say apple tree anywhere in the scriptures, dude.
Okay, well, fruit of the tree. He was hanging out in a fruit tree?
Well, it's a long story, dude, but apparently he was an entity in the garden, like eating Adam's scraps. Like, just like any other creature in the garden, he was like an angelic being that lived alongside Adam. Ended up becoming corrupt. Dude, it's a lot, bro.
Corrupt.
Yeah, that's why he was cursed and kicked out.
So, like, was the snake like the first of the creatures, or like became before man, or proposition there?
So if he was an angelic entity, he would have been before Adam and Eve and before the animals. He wasn't like a behemoth, right? He wasn't like a beast. He was more of an angelic being, according to the Enochian and Hebrew scriptures. So like he was a different creature altogether, not like an animal, more like an angel.
Sure, but bound to the ground or not?
No, he wasn't. That was after he was cursed.
This is my interpretation. Satan shapeshifted into a snake, sneaked into the garden, and then said to Eve, "Would you like to learn Kabbalah?" She said, "Oh yeah, okay." And then here we are.
Something like that. It doesn't tell you exactly how it happened in Genesis, but you can put the pieces together.
It's an actual tree, but it's also the knowledge of the occultists of good and evil.
If you read the exegesis on the scriptures, it's basically the fact that Adam and Eve chose to become autonomous.
Yeah.
So before that, they were theonomous, depending on the Most High for knowledge and guidance and truth.
Free will.
And then they decided to basically decide on their own autonomy, due to their own autonomy, what is good and what is evil. That's what it means to eat the tree of knowledge, or the tree of good, to eat from the tree of good and evil. In retrospect, when Moses wrote Genesis, it was thousands of years later. You got to remember that.
And we're still working it out now. What's good and evil? Having little debates.
They became like God before they even ate the fruit, right? By simply the action of going to grab the fruit and eat of it, right? Just by simply going to grab it.
Yeah.
They became like God without even eating it, right? They became like God because they decided on their own what is good for them, right? They felt at that moment in time, they made a decision, an autonomous decision, that to eat of the fruit was going to be a good thing. And in that moment, they've made themselves like God, because only God knows what is good and what is evil. Right? He's the arbiter of truth.
I'm right. That actually
arbiter
fits Gnosticism too, because the woman made the man, and then it was all a mistake. So that little series of events is the same. He became autonomous, made him autonomous, and then it was a mistake. An actual tree with a fruit, but yeah, I agree that the decision is the decision. The fruit is the pact, just as a object symbol.
Hey, Terry, you there?
That's right.
Yeah, Terry's here, asleep nearly.
Yeah, did you like my video game pictures I sent you on Facebook? You like those?
On Facebook, I haven't checked me Facebook lately.
You like that?
On Facebook.
Oh yeah, you follow McToon, and every post you're right behind him. No bullshit. Don't bullshit anybody. You're the biggest globby that's ever globbed.
You like that?
Unless it's a completely different Terry, then never mind.
It might be because I
My
hardly
bad.
ever use Facebook.
Oh, so you're not. Never mind. It's probably somebody completely different. Oh, you
feel
get
your
away
pain,
with it
though.
this time.
Yet
feel your
another
pain,
case of
Pat-Man.
mistaken
Yo, is that
identity.
Patman? Yo, Patman's still around, dude? You should be sleeping, dude.
Patman's still cooking, bro.
This
He's brewing over
motherfucker
here.
was drunk last night, dude.
Well, we haven't quite actually worked that out. We need to get a breathalyzer on him. See what's going on. But
A breathalyzer.
This guy was plastered last night, dude.
I feel his pain. The Globers on social media are really annoying.
I find the flat earthers annoying, dude. You know that?
Oh, me too. Yeah, both.
Fuck, dude. I'd rather chill with the Globers sometimes.
Read a Twitter feed. Flat vs Globe is fucking horrible.
Sometimes I'm embarrassed, dude, to call myself a flat earther, dude.
Oh, you should have been here earlier.
I'm about to just become agnostic on it all because, dude, I don't want to be grouped in with them.
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic at this point too. Freaking Jesus, and then everything else, I'm just like, who knows?
Jesus, and then maybe to everything else.
Yep. Which I've even prayed like I test everything. I've even prayed like just turning off my brain on labels and names and just praying to my creator. I've gotten a lot of confirmation that Jesus is actually the only name that matters. So I really believe that. I guess some people are Christians, but I find that kind of wild. Claiming Jesus
I have
is
my
like
beliefs,
the
but
reverse.
I know I could be wrong about them. And that's a little silver lining.
Would you say Jesus is what?
Just against the claim that Jesus is the reverse, like it's a trick. Like it's been.
Oh yeah, the demiurge stuff. Or
yeah.
Oh, everything's a trick. Everything's got a double meaning that someone else might believe.
Yeah, we're like in a house of mirrors right now.
You can say flat's brilliant or flat's a Gnostic trick, or you can say the same about globe. Globe's brilliant or globe's a Gnostic trick.
Well, they commonly cite like Horus, Osiris, and the symbolism behind them, being this origin, but it comes way after, like provably.
That's the Zeitgeist documentary, dude. That's what made my brother an atheist. Going back to like 2012 when that documentary came out. He watched that. I remember he watched that, dude, and it's like his eyes were open. He was gone, dude. He's no longer my brother. Bro.
Last night, I was thinking, no Glober has written the Flat Earth history screenplay yet. Only flat earthers have who want Earth to be flat. So there's no biased film or screenplay yet. No unbiased. So my screenplay would start with the men in Greece, 500 BC, and they're saying, "What's out in the ocean, Daddy?" And he says, sea monsters. And some people say,
Aristarchus. It starts with Aristarchus.
Someone being hung for saying Earth's not flat. I've got lots of ideas.
There's a Persian dude. I forget, from like the 5th, 6th century BC. Oh, Zoroaster. That dude. That's where it starts, actually. Globe Earth. My understanding. Maybe Hermes Trismegistus. Or heliocentric.
No, I'd cover all of it. It'd be like a documentary film screenplay.
Hermes apparently was the first one to claim, or one of the first ones to claim, that the sun was at the center of the universe, or the cosmos, or whatever, maybe the galaxy.
I'm not sure Hermes is a real guy.
Whether he was real or not, dude. Apparently he was some guy from Egypt, and philosopher of old.
Yeah, I'll give you. It's a philosopher. A line of philosophy. That was Fed's point. He says, if you're a philosopher, that means it's all bollocks.
Doesn't like Manly P. Hall think Hermes was real though?
No, I think he thinks they might talk as if he's real, but they think it's a line of knowledge from Egypt, Thoth, Hermes, and then initiates.
Yeah, Thoth, yeah.
Maybe those men that were called Hermes, that name.
Can't you contact him though at the Great Pyramid? Communicate with him? That's where his
I don't know.
Location.
Yeah, they say he keeps reincarnating, right? Hermes is always around.
The halls of Amenti. He's right underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. There's like a gateway there, a portal to the underworld. And even Hermes himself, Thoth, because he's not fully divine, he was like a hybrid or maybe a fallen angel. I don't know exactly. If at all. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get in for Don. It's hard for me to figure out what Mr. Fay was talking about, but when he's talking about philosophy, back then the word for science was natural philosopher. So when he says it's philosophy, that it's philosophy, they're using the term at the time for science. So I don't think
even if I
yeah, I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew that the origins of the word, at the time when Newton was doing it, that's what you call a scientist.
Yeah, but it also means more. You can be a philosopher on
Well,
other
there's different
subjects.
types of philosophy. Natural philosophy would be how and why the world behaves like it does.
Yeah, but look at where science came from, dude.
I mean, where the word came from, or where the practitioner?
No. just the tinkering with nature and then trying to manipulate nature. I mean, originally it was like usually like some occultists or chemical people seeking the philosopher's stone.
So Newton definitely had some weird ideas about the world, but what Mr. Fed was saying was, he called it philosophy rather than science or fact or whatever. I think not realizing that that's what people at that time in culture would have called a scientist. That's what science was. It was called natural philosophy before the word science was coined.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, but it would have been like your local shaman who was the closest thing to a scientist or medicine man.
We're talking about Newton, Isaac Newton. So if you're going to class Newton as a medicine man, okay, but I don't think that really holds up.
No. The new one's fairly recent in the grand scheme of things. I'm talking about thousands of years ago.
Yeah, Newton. Right. Well, right. He was talking. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think I disagree with. I'm not sure the point you're making. I don't know that I disagree with it. I was just. Don said something that had made me think. Oh yeah, he was upset at the use of the word philosophy. And I was like, well, that was truly didn't make much sense.
No, it's helpful, Omni, because I used the word then to describe these people, and it happened that he was in the chat, so I mentioned it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, what I had thought later was, but wait a minute. If I understood the objection correctly, that was just not knowing how science was referred to before. Anyway, that's it.
That's what made me think of my Flat Earth history screenplay, these philosophers.
Philosophia.
Which is also links to what I was saying about the tree of knowledge. And Hermes. Hermes might claim this is science.
To dissect, right? Dissect nature, dissect the world, to break it down, see how it works, investigate it. It's the weekend, guys.
We've almost completed the scientific endeavor at this point. Natural science, mostly. And now we're at the edges of natural science.
We're right back to philosophy.
Yeah.
The edge of natural science, dude. And there's nowhere else to go except philosophize at this point, dude.
Yes,
we basically almost reached our limit empirically.
Yeah.
So wait a minute.
I think we can break through again, but I'm saying we've reached one limit now, and then we could break through again.
I don't think I agree with that.
Well, it definitely empirical, dude.
We can't see any further out to space, and we can't see any further into the quantum. We're stuck.
We do see further into space. I mean, we're constantly getting better resolution images and discovering new things. And we are making all sorts of advances into quantum entanglement and all the different, quantum, discovering new particles and things like that. But more importantly, there are untested predictions that our science, whatever you want to call it, make. And as we advance, we can test more of those predictions to see if those hypotheses are correct or not.
It's not the same type of science.
I'm not being negative, Omni. I'm saying we're at the edges of what we thought was natural science, and now we're having to do these little steps to get more info at the edges.
Yeah, we have no choice because we're limited, right? Due to our experience, that we can't actually directly observe or directly manipulate or directly test you know, the edges of our known existence, dude, or the quantum level. You know that.
So if we, I don't know that I know that. If we hypothesize that there are two different types of dark matter particles, and we test for those, we test for different kinds of dark matter particles, and we've learned a great deal, and we discovered that that is in fact true, then we have, I would say we have in fact learned a great deal more about the universe.
Yeah, but it's not the original scientific method, right? It's not natural science. It's something, it's another branch, right? Theoretical physics, right? Astro theology. It ain't natural science, dude. To call it natural science would be a disservice to the scientific method.
I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Of course you know.
Yeah.
Theoretical cosmology, theoretical quantum mechanics. That's where
So theoretical physics is different than physics. However, theoretical physics provides the hypotheses that are tested and exploited by physics. So Einstein came up with relativity. Physics and engineering came up with GPS satellites.
Okay, but you're saying that you can test it. You can't test it to the same standard that original physics worked by, right?
Yes.
You don't have independent variables. You're not isolating the causes. Right? You're not doing any of that.
So
if you were, then I would be like, all right, cool. You got natural science.
Yeah.
You don't have that, dude.
I understand. Isolating the cause is something that Flat Earth has brought to the table. That's not part of science.
What?
Isolating
science, dude. Natural science is about cause and effect relationships.
Okay.
The reason that you have a hypothesis, right? It's about testing, or it's about a natural observation, right? And then coming up with an experiment to test for the cause of that natural phenomena.
Can you show me a citation?
That's what a hypothesis is all about.
Can you show me a citation for this?
Come on, dude.
I don't agree. I don't agree with you.
Go look up a hypothesis, dude, versus a presupposition.
I've done that.
Yeah. So what's the difference between or not a presupposition? Excuse me. What's the difference between a hypothesis and a proposition?
A proposition is something you assume to be true for the purposes of argument. A hypothesis is a guess about how, a theory, if you will, colloquially, about how something is happening or will happen.
No, I meant to say not presupposition, proposition.
Yeah, proposition. A proposition is if I say, here's my proposition. Gio will always say, I wasn't here. I didn't hear what was said when he is asked to comment on somebody else's behavior that he condemns in another person.
This is true.
He will say, oh, I didn't hear that. That's my proposition.
So so basically the difference between a proposition and a hypothesis is a hypothesis deals with cause and effect relationships.
No, it's not.
In science,
no,
you can have a.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so show me a please show me a citation for that. This is something that Flat Earth has conjured up, and you've convinced yourself of it. But I'm not convinced. So show me where I'm wrong.
Flat Earth conjured it up.
Yeah, dude, I can't at this moment, but I have no problem. I have no problem comparing, right, systematically the difference between a proposition and a hypothesis in science, right? Because in science, a hypothesis has to do with phenomena, right? Natural phenomena. Now, a hypothesis outside of science, okay, dude, but we're talking about within science, right? A hypothesis has to do with natural phenomena.
Okay, so natural phenomena. I mean, so Flat Earth has also conjured up a meaning of natural phenomenon that is not inherent in science. But even so, using relativity as our rubric, we observe the bending of light rays, and we have a theory we have a hypothesis that gravity bends light rays. This is evident. The fact that we then observe light rays bending around large gravitational objects is in fact evidence for the validation of relativity.
So I just did a quick search on Google. So I just asked it driving.
Yeah,
this is I know. A proposition is a broad theoretical statement about the relationship between abstract concepts. A hypothesis is the specific, testable, and measurable version of a proposition used in empirical research.
Okay. So I'm fine with
that's just the first thing that came up.
Yeah, I'm fine with those definitions. That I don't have a problem with any of that. Notably, it doesn't say the hypothesis, can only refer to the ultimate cause of some effect.
So this is the difference right here. It gives you a table right underneath. Propositions. It says usually cannot be tested directly.
Right.
Hypothesis must be strictly falsifiable and testable.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right. So there are things within theoretical physics that you subscribe to that are neither falsifiable or testable, yet you believe them to be true.
Relativity.
They're literally unfalsifiable.
Relativity is not one of those. Relativity is incredibly falsifiable, which is what got everybody excited about it when Einstein proposed it.
Well, how come every time it's falsified, you guys ad hoc rationale and support it?
So we don't. So that's a misunderstanding that Flat Earth has brought to the understanding of how relativity works. But that's not actually what's happening. So I'm assuming you want to go to dark matter, right? But if we can just hold off on dark matter for a minute. When Einstein published his works, the first prediction that I'm aware of that was tested was the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. And people did the math and found out that it correctly predicted the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. All right, without going into what the precession of the perihelion of Mercury is, this is something we observed in the sky that Newtonian mechanics plus Keplerian mechanics didn't correctly describe. Kepler plus Newton described the moon, the orbits of the Earth, the orbits of Jupiter, the orbits of Venus, all this other stuff. It handled no problem. But the precession of the perihelion of Mercury, it got wrong. Relativity got it correctly, which made people think Einstein was onto something. Does that?
Yeah, but it wasn't that Newton didn't predict it. It was Newton's laws alone weren't accurate enough. They were off a little bit.
Okay,
but
yeah.
When we talk about the perihelion of Mercury, dude, the reason that they were able to predict it is due to habitual observation regarding the delay. There was a delay, right? And the way that Mercury, when it's in retrograde and when it crosses the sun, you could see it in reference with the Earth frame. And relativity was able to predict it a little bit more accurate than Newton because of that. There's some type of delay or precession.
Relativity predicted it extremely accurately, and predicted and got a prediction that Newton plus Kepler did not get correct, which made people think, "Wow, this all this new math, is an."
Omni, you're cutting out, and I think you just cut off completely. Like I don't hear you anymore.
You can't hear me? I don't know. I think I.
Well, now I heard like you can't hear me, and then you like started chipping out again. It's weird.
Okay. Well,
there seems to be a
then-
delay also.
Relativity, a bunch more predictions, right? And to this day, we're testing them to see if they hold up. Some of them are hard to test, like gravity waves being tested by LIGO.
I don't have service, dude, so I can't talk. Wait later. Got one bar going through the back roads right now. I already know I'm gonna be lagging out.
Okay.
Am I lagging out right now?
Yeah, No, you sound okay. So yeah, I don't think there's evidence to support that science has changed or that these the new physics is somehow adverse to science or the scientific process or whatever. I think that is a set of conditions that have been erected to try and address the findings of science that some people don't agree with or don't like.
No, it's just a different branch altogether. Directly manipulating, directly testing what you claim to be your causes.
You're breaking up a lot.
I'll try later.
Okay.
Is no one going to talk at all?
Oh, I'm enjoying watching this video about anti-Semitism. So that's what I'm doing.
That's nice. That's nice.
I think it's very nice.
Are you in here listening, Eggs? Eggshells.
Holy shit, Sage is lagging. Or, well, basically, Eggshell Stream is lagging.
Okay.
Is it laggy for you guys too, or is it just me?
I mean, I'm not looking at it, so.
Can you take like 2 seconds to check? Please?
Nah. Why? What did I
I'm
miss?
looking at
Let's
it,
go back.
and it is.
Is it slow?
It's floating around.
Is it slow, or is it like active speed?
I don't know. I mean, it's working. Whatever. I heard Lion say dude just a second ago. It's like dude.
Hey, perfect.
Perfect storm. It's not you, bro.
It's not me? Okay, it is
Chill
slow.
out. Yeah, it's slow. Like it's obviously him. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so low FPS is not me. Okay, thank you.
Man, I heard a new perspective came in last night. I heard his voice a little bit.
Yeah, it was here about like maybe an hour ago, maybe 2.
Oh, really? That's pretty recent.
Yeah, you say last night? I was like, what the hell?
Well, it's 6 a.m. here, so. Yeah, what did he what was he on about?
Planes and kinematics.
Yeah, sounds about right. Planes and kinematics.
Can he do kinematics?
What do you mean can he do kinematics?
Kinematics is a certain kind of math or a certain application of math. And I'm wondering if he's using the word kinematics, is he using it in terms of math or is he using it as a rhetorical flourish?
Only one way to find out, Omnivore.
I don't know what that would be.
When you say that there's a kinematic equivalence between having 2 observations work, but never with 3 locations, but having being equivalent to 1,000 observations working perfectly fine, it's definitely being used as a flourish and being misused because there's no equivalence between the two. 2 on 1,000 and 1,000 on 1,000 is not the same fraction value.
Yeah, but if I bought a $1 million red laser and I bought a $5 red laser, do you think that you'd be able to guess which one is which if you could only see the lasers?
I don't know. I haven't tested that. But I'd assume that if you're paying $1 million for a laser, it's technically not going to be a pointer laser. So I would assume that your $1 million laser comes with a big equipment as well, and probably draws in a lot of energy, and probably doesn't target something that is on Earth because that would be dangerous.
Wow, you just turned my example into an Earth proof. I'm asking about the laser itself. Like if you were just only able to see the beam, would you be able to tell if it's a $5 or $1 million laser beam?
What's the quality of light?
Most likely, because first of all, I'd be seeing where the beam is aiming and so on. And from the distance, I'm pretty sure if I see a beam shooting up the sky from a large distance, that it's a very expensive laser that's being used compared to seeing a pointer laser's beam from 1 meter away.
Okay, so you think that looking at the action in the distance would be your tell. Well, what if I just removed that action? What if you could only see like a small portion of the beams?
I mean, you're removing information, so of course I can't know
Yeah,
things if you're removing
course I am.
information. And no,
Yeah,
that's
I'm removing
that's
information.
not my
Exactly.
tell. Like, you're asking me a specific question on if I could identify the two laser beams. There's probably a difference in the laser beams, so yes, but I wouldn't say that that's the specific tell. And the more you remove information, the more you're just seeding confusion, not
Right.
necessarily trying to, like,
Thank you.
get to knowledge.
You're really good at
You add information. You don't remove.
making my points for me. You're like really good at it. Really good at it. So pretty much everything you just said applies to this kinematic dynamic relationship. Because on one hand, we see a two-dimensional shift from here to here. And then on the other hand, you're making up a three-dimensional story to coincide with it. And we're too far removed from the information to make that discernment.
How are you using kinematic in this sentence?
Where you're just tracking one point to another point.
That's not kinematics.
Okay. I mean, one is being tracked and the other one is the cause for why it's being tracked that way.
How do you
right?
think that works? How do you understand that? You're using, you're saying these English languages, but you're attributing this to kinematics. So what do you think kinematic means?
Well, how am I using it incorrectly?
Well, the way you're using it makes me think you're not using it the way that the word is used. So when you say it tracks from here to here.
Yeah, it's tracking the motions.
It's tracking motion. Okay. So,
yes, it's tracking motion. You've got a set of points or like a continuous set of points or something. I mean, obviously you're not going to have flat sides if we're making arcs and stuff, but in reality, we're just tracking like flat lines, hypothetically. And then we're attributing these three dimensions to them.
What do you mean?
That's the dynamics portion.
That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound right to me. The way you're using those.
I'm sorry you don't like it, but it's about tracking the motions. Those motions could be all squiggly lines. It could be all kinds of stuff, but it's two-dimensional.
So where do you get the extra dimensions? Right. I don't think. think that those. I don't think those words work the way that you're wording them.
Dude, you are so condescending. Do you try to be
gross.
that way? It's so condescending. So what's the presupposition? Like, why do you think that way? What's the proposition here? This is like a kinematics, dynamics. There is a proposition between what you see in the let me say, like, your visual space, which you can lay out in a two-dimensional situation, and then you go into a dynamic situation where it's a three-dimensional, and you can suppose that the three-dimensional attributes.
It sort of seems like he thinks that we're removing information to get our conclusion, but that's not the case. We're adding information, and then that's how we get to our conclusions.
Dynamics and kinematics track the same dimension.
Adding information.
It's all the same dimensions.
It's all. So what's the difference between kinematics and dynamics then?
Well, so I can tell you what the difference is, but that's what I was asking. Just a second. That's what I was asking about, because somebody was invoking the term kinematics, and
presumably you know.
I don't know.
So just explain it, sir.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh man, could you like long draw out like some sort of suppositional drama that you're trying to get to, and just get to the point, please?
Well, I mean, okay, I'll say the words. I don't think that the people who are invoking kinematics understand kinematics.
Do you want to explain the dynamics between the difference of the kinematics and the dynamics?
Yes.
What's the dynamical difference between the definitions, bro? Go ahead, propose some.
So
you're asking everyone else to explain, but you seem to
I want to before I do, I want to point out that I've asked people to explain themselves, and nobody's done it. Now you are.
Shut up right now. Okay. It could be three dimensions. All right. But from here, looking at the sky, it appears as a two-dimensional line. All right. You're going to attribute a third dimension, then you're going to attribute causes and forces, etc. Right. That's the dynamics. What is the problem with what I'm saying? It's about describing motion with math. What the fuck is your problem? Yeah, and you know what? I'm tired of you condescending the whole fucking room, you asshole.
Yeah, you asshole.
Sorry for that, Omni.
Do you want me to explain the difference, basically?
No.
Okay. I could answer the question.
See if you can do it without condensation in the way that you always do.
Condensation.
Do it without condensation on your glass.
Right. So when you do it, both of them are describing motion. One of them is describing it purely in geometric terms. One of them is describing it in terms of forces and energy.
Wow. It's almost like I just said that.
You didn't. You talked about how it appears to be two-dimensional, and the
You're
other
such
one.
A fucking liar, man. You're actually worthless to talk to, you piece of trash. Fucking liar.
Okay.
Where do you, Omni? Where do you live, bro? Where do you live? Let's solve this right now. Where the fuck do you live, bro? I got time.
What, you're gonna come fight me?
What are you gonna do, Riggs? You can't. What are you gonna go around?
I got time,
and, like,
bro.
rough him up
Where do you live? You fucking pussy bitch. Where the fuck do you live?
Some suburban, like.
Why don't you tell me where you live and I'll come find you?
El Paso, Texas. Get the fuck over here.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
I'll stream this live. I will fucking body slam your ass, bro. You fucking liar.
I don't think he's a liar, man. I think he's just cheesy.
Get the fuck over here.
It's a difference.
This is the man who told me with great assurance I could never upset him.
You can't. You can't upset me. I just hate liars. You know, if lying was unique to you, then maybe, but it ain't.
Flat Earth has a really hard time understanding lying. They think if he disagrees with me, he must be lying.
Why do you say like flat
Just
Earth
more
does this?
psychological tactics,
If
bro.
like
All you have are psychological tactics. You spend all day, every day, fucking lying to all of us, gaslighting all of us. Piece of shit, bro. You're just a straight up liar.
So omnivore, but like the way that you like refer, like flat Earth does this, and the people that talk about it, or what it does this. Is it like a possession sort of thing that's going on in your mind or something?
It's
Do you think people are possessed by ideas or something?
It's a repeating pattern that I've noticed. So, for example, usually when somebody says, you're just lying, you're lying, what they are referring to is they disagree with my assessment, and they're calling that a lie. In the case of, Flat Earth brings the complaint about science, about relativity testing, not testing gravity itself, right? That is something that Flat Earth harps on. Just have an independent variable, and that independent variable must be the force of gravity that you're adjusting with some kind of scientific methodology and, some kind of gravity machine. And that's not part of the scientific method. That's nowhere in the scientific method.
I'm
it's
back.
absent, like lacking, like what would you call that? Sort of obviously absent from the discussion. Any mechanism for control of gravity, despite the claim.
What would I'm sorry, say again.
The mechanism of gravity. Dude, you basically switched the whole role position into this like proposition of what flat Earth denies gravity or some shit. Yeah, you want to mealy mouth it into that? I'm happy to go along, but I mean,
no, I'm saying
you're gonna lead the charge. Lead the charge. Don't get me to pick it up for you.
Yeah, what happens is we were just having the discussion a few minutes ago. What happened was Lion, who I enjoy talking with, was saying that gravity is not testable, or relativity is not, because you don't have a space-time curve. You don't have something which is also not true, but
and you don't. So just admit that you don't and get along with it. Like just like concede that you do not have it. Why do you feel so awkward about just like admitting that you don't have that?
He's a liar. You can't do it.
There's nothing awkward about it. So first off, we all do have space-time curves.
Dude, you're so awkward. Like as far as even you're trying to communicate this is awkward.
It's just a liar.
Every object, right? So and relativity's predictions are incredibly testable, which is why they got so much attention. Because they were testable. And
is that what you hope to get here? Like, are you looking for attention, Omni?
Yeah, imagine it gets so much attention because it's not testable. It's kind of how that works.
What makes you think it's not testable?
All right, what have you done to test it? Or is it not testable?
That's another thing. That's one thing.
What have you done to test it?
I have to have done the test. That's also not science.
More obfuscation, more lies, more fucking dog shit.
Are you practicing like the Socratic method, like the ultimate interpretation of the Socratic method or something, Omni?
I'm asking you why you hold the positions you hold. Not even the Socratic
doing
method.
it again.
So where do you get? Where is it that you get that relativity is not testable? How do you come to that belief?
I'm sorry. Did you tell us how you tested it?
Where is it testable?
Did you test it?
I have not tested it.
I'm just gonna keep repeating it, bro. Like you're just a straight up liar, right? If you think it's so easily testable, how did you test it?
It is extremely testable.
How did you test it?
For me to
see, I can do it too. I can do it too. No. How did you test it? I know that you don't understand. I know that the Globers, they like to lie and they come in here, waste our time, grandstand I know that you do that. I know that you don't understand that you do that as well. But how did you test it? Maybe I'll start interrupting you too, the way that you do. Start gaslighting you with your own fucking poisonous cancer.
So, no, your method doesn't work because you don't understand what I'm doing. So when I say it is testable, I'm referring to the massive body of tests that physicists have done. When you say, what have you done to test it? That is bringing a flat earth misconception about the scientific method into the conversation, trying to say you must have tested it yourself.
Well, you said it was so easy.
Is it just me? Are you falling more into the whole omnivore? I don't know. I've only been around for so long, but what is this sort of rhetoric? Well, where are you getting? Like, what's this methodology of communication?
So
it's getting worse.
No, I don't think it's getting worse. What makes you think it's worse?
You're like, well, you're falling into the robot a little bit. Like, I mean, I don't feel like I'm talking to a human at this point in time. I don't know. Like, I feel like you've been talking to the bot a little bit too much. I don't want to dehumanize you too much, but I'm having a lot of trouble with like trying to, connect like human to human. Like, what are you doing?
So let's talk about that. So when I talk to Lion, although we don't agree on things, we were able to have a pretty reasonable conversation. I don't agree with Dawn on everything, but
why do
we're able to connect.
I heard that Jin in 24/7 got like for about 2 hours was apparently arguing with a bot, and everyone was laughing around him. And I feel like I'm getting dunced right now. Like, can you answer a question directly?
Always answer
or
directly.
Is it just always sort of like a roundabout sort of obfuscation situation?
I always answer directly.
He always answers directly.
I do.
Ironically enough, that was to your question.
I know. You asked me to define the difference between kinematic and dynamic. And when I pointed out that I've asked for that from other people and they won't do it, but because I am always honest and I am answering directly, and when I got a chance, answered the question directly, did I not?
I suppose so, but I mean, was it Riggs tried to provide you with an answer that, I mean, you deemed as unsatisfactory, but then you said it wasn't an answer. But all it was is like, it's Riggs' interpretation. You've got your interpretation, but for some reason you think that your determination about the subject, like specifically, is more relevant or...
Yes, I do.
It's like you sit on a pedestal, sir, constantly within your determination. It's funny.
So I'm actually using the terms. I'm actually giving the answer of what those terms actually mean in mathematics and physics. Okay, so
what was
when I
wrong
say
about what I said?
This is the definition.
What was wrong
that
about
is
what I said?
actually for real the definition.
What is wrong about my answer? Go ahead. What was wrong with my answer, bro? You were so determined to tell me I was wrong, right? What was wrong about it? Exposed.
Yeah, Omni, like it's a reasonable question on Riggs' part that if you're determining that like his definition wasn't satisfactory, you went about your definition. Now, why is Riggs' definition unsatisfactory to you exactly?
Oh, I
can
definitely explain that. By the way, is there a reason why Jazz is still muted? He's been muted forever. Anyway, so the reason I don't think it's valid.
He's deafened. That's why he's, I don't know.
So
now he's muted.
Yeah, well, the reason why I don't think it was especially satisfactory is because he's focusing on the dimensionality of the movement. He's saying we see things move in the sky, which is a two-dimensional view of movement, and then you add this story about the dynamics in 3 dimensions. That's not
true.
the distinction between kinematics and dynamics, and it is in fact not what's going on with any of those observations.
No, I'm
Those are
talking about
both incorrect.
applied to this claim. If we're going to claim that, like, Saturn or a star or anything is moving in the sky, we have a 2-dimensional line, right? We're just tracking a line. It's just connect the dots, bro.
Yeah, I know what you think.
You are
I'm aware of what you
attributing
think,
a third.
that's not
You
actually
are
how it works.
attributing a 3rd dimension to that observation.
No.
Period. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Sure. So first off, when you're talking about kinematic equivalences or kinematic and dynamic versus dynamics, that's not referring to things in the sky. I'm sorry. It's, that is a tiny application of it. Now, I know you're going to say, but Omni, this is the context of the conversation, except it's not. We were talking about new perspective, and mostly
Stop trying to impersonate other people and just get to the fucking point.
Mostly what I've heard new perspective, because I've seen this pattern repeat itself over and over. Someone says, I have made an incorrect claim, but it's correct because it was in context.
You're a walking circus, dude.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm also directly answering your question.
So you're saying you didn't like my answer because I wasn't present for the conversation with new perspective? So I don't know precisely what you're talking about. Even if it were a car on the road, it would still be the same thing. You'd be tracking dots, right? You'd be tracking dots. You add a 3rd dimension when you do that.
No, you don't.
Well, if the car is driving away from you, how do you include that in? You just got a graph of dots. It's a 2-dimensional graph.
Do you think kinematics versus dynamics only works on 2 dimensions?
No, I'm not saying that, but it's the initial piece of information. You'd have to add that extra layer on top of it. The baseline is just some dots. If you add a 3rd dimension, then you can wildly change your results because the dynamics would have to follow. Like, this is, I'm pretty sure I just explained everything, man. I don't know what your problem is. I wasn't here for the new perspective conversation, but clearly, obviously, and in almost every instance, we're talking about sky objects. We don't have access to these things.
That's not true.
All right, show me one instance when a flat earther's talked about kinematics and dynamics, not when we're in regard to the sky. Go ahead.
I would say that, okay, so let me think about that. So
yeah,
you just talked about cars driving. You just talked about cars driving on the road, right?
Nope.
You just did.
Wasn't the topic. Wasn't the topic.
Just a minute ago.
That's a fucking cop out if I ever heard one.
No,
you lose, bro.
That's not. Okay.
You're done. You're done.
Okay. So you just gave us an example where
you didn't like my answer because I was right, and now you're going to lie in front of everybody using an example that I only gave because you came up with some contentious bullshit about my answer.
No. I'm not responsible to come up with every argument that's ever been made.
You
by
need to drink your coffee. It's just not working. Your brain ain't fucking working, bro.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Well, I want to hear what he says, Riggs, a little bit. To be fair. Only, I mean, dude, like, more for him. It's pretty funny to watch him sort of skydive without a parachute.
It'd be like that.
Okay.
Take a leap of faith, Omni, and see where you go. What do you got?
Say again?
What, you just, like, you forgot what metaphor means or something?
No, I mean, I can explain, but I don't want to, if it's a sore spot, I don't want to hit it anymore. So, if you want to talk about kinematics versus dynamics, we can do that.
Do your best or your worst, whichever way you see it.
So, when we're talking about a car driving down the road, we're not dealing with points. That's not true. Okay? What we're dealing with is the displacement of the car through space. And the kinematics of it is going to deal with acceleration, time, and position. But it's not position of just a point, of just a one-dimensional point, or even a two-dimensional line. It's dealing with the entire 3 dimensions. You can have that car driving along a path and driving up a hill, and you can still do all the kinematics through those 3 dimensions. So, in fact, if you're going to do a kinematic equivalence of it or a kinematic analysis of it, that's how you would do it. The kinematics will describe the motion in 3 dimensions. That is just a fact. You can look that up. I can give you citations for it if you need it. The dynamics would deal with the forces and energy expenditure. Does the car have to expend more energy to climb the hill? Does the condition of the road create more, more drag or more friction? Things like that. So you would have those in the dynamic description of that car driving up a hill, but you wouldn't have them in the kinematic version.
Hey, Yasuke.
Did that tickle your fancy, Rick?
Yeah, I'm trying to grasp it a little bit.
You don't grasp it?
What, the way he explained it?
It's the same thing.
Maybe I'm just distracted by the style or something.
Well, just
I
think
do think
about
communication does come down to sort of methodology.
think about stop motion footage. Stop motion footage, right? Each stop is another data point. Okay, and it's pretty much like that. You're just tracking the stops periodically to describe a motion of an object.
Well, from what I understand, right, it's basically like you've got a 2D landscape. Basically, we see in 2D, right? For all intents and purposes, you can describe the traversing of an object in your 2D realm, but then in order to, is it the kinematics at the end? You need to, in order to, how would you say, create appropriate attribution to the motion of it, you need to sort of invoke maybe this sort of 3-dimensional interpretation.
Well, maybe
that describes its 2-dimensional movement.
When we see things, we're operating in 2D. Okay, you're just tracking dots. Now you can have a GPS tracker on a car to have defined positions, right? You can have true motion in 3D space, but that's not what we observe. That's something that you'd have to use some kind of tool to track or whatever, right? A car can look like it's going away, but that could be an optical illusion. I don't have any kind of tracking device or whatever, so I'm just going to track the dots of its motion off into the distance, right? And that would be
I think
kinematic.
people do this in their imagination a lot, right? I recognize that we see in 2-dimensional, but when you imagine the throw of a ball or the parabola that it courses through, then you understand the 3-dimensional.
Oh, I found a bunny. Look at my P900. There's a bunny hopping around. Sorry.
So for kinematics, it's not based on how it looks. It's not based on how you see it. It's based on the physical displacement of the object.
Yeah, brother. How did you find that out? Did you use optics? Did you use sensors?
So for kinematics, that's not relevant.
Ah. So where are you getting your data from, brother?
I know. I see. This is why I think you're not understanding.
Where are you getting your data, bud, from?
So for kinematics, that's not relevant. So why do you think why are flat earthers invoking kinematics?
I don't know. Why are Globers pretending that they care about this shit at 5 a.m?
Yeah, why are you even here, dude?
It's not 5 a.m. for me.
Well, it was when you got here.
No, well, what's for you? I'm in a different time zone.
So the question is really, why are you here in 5 a.m?
Right.
I
Correct.
work here, and I just woke up. This time zone.
Yeah, like literally, I mean, so far as this server is concerned, this be his house. Okay, so why is he here in the morning? I mean, shit.
What time is it for you, Richie? It's got to be like
We're all sitting on his front porch, basically, just like. It's 11 p.m.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Oh, I couldn't hear any of you. Sorry.
What's up, Don? Have you been listening to this liar?
About 10 minutes ago, I said, "Good morning, Riggs. What's the topic?" But
Oh,
no one
okay.
answered.
Oh, okay.
I don't think anyone.
When he's moving, I gotta.
Just to let you know, we didn't ignore you, unless Omnivore was like just rabbiting on about something.
No, I was. I disconnected, but I was still sitting there. I think what might have happened is Omni is trying to explain, but you're hearing a doublespeak and thinking that's dishonest. But maybe he's trying to separate ideas somehow, or something like that.
Nope, he leads
that's
with
the most gracious.
with dishonesty.
Well, it's the most
his first
gracious
choice.
interpretation that you might be able to offer, gentlemen, for sure. So where do we proceed from here? Like, Dawn, do you want to like try to steelman it, or how do you want
No,
to
I don't know what he
proposition
was
the situation?
saying. I'm just saying I've known Omni and Riggs and you for a while, so I feel like it must be the same tangle that always happens. Because we both think we're both lying, right? We think flat earthers are telling us porcupines, and you think the globe, we're telling you porcupines. So that's part of the debate.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I get a little bit triggered every time I hear Omnivore or even the likes of yourself basically saying flat earthers think like this. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what is that? So I've never ever said Americans think like this, British people think like this, Muslims think like this, Christians think like this. Like, it's just not part of my sort of It's because it's the most abhorrent form of like collectivism that you could participate within.
No, it's a quick way to describe what is. Christians think there's a fantasy man in the sky that looks out for them, but also allows everyone to hurt each other forever. Yeah, flat earthers believe that up is the same in America that it is in Australia. That's what they believe.
Yeah, but he's not talking about that, man. When he invokes like flat earthers think like this. Yeah, we all like flat earthers obviously have the same down and up.
Satanists believe God
That's
can't
almost
tell them what to do.
unavoidable.
God can never tell me what to do. That's what I believe.
It is unavoidable. To me, you could also phrase Don's Christian point differently. Let's say Christians believe Jesus died on the cross for our sins. That just shows, because nobody would object to that unless maybe Don might say that's not hostile enough towards Christianity. But the fact that we can say that and no Christian would say, "Nah, you cannot say that." That shows that we can actually talk about people's beliefs in the as a larger whole. And it's not necessarily inaccurate by default.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say that most, if not all, of the flat earthers believe that there is something wrong with modern science, allowing in non-scientific techniques like testing relativity. Like that's a common belief amongst people who are in the flat earth Venn diagram.
It's more a case that your peer review process actually is not resolving the issue of legitimacy and authenticity. The presupposition looked for, like, what was it, put forth by the scientific methodology is that essentially your peer review process has basically removed the problem of man's corruption, like deliriousness, like all of our confusion and all that shit. Like it proposes itself to be the antidote to it. And yet what we find when we look at the methodology of the scientific method in the industry and as how it's actually applied, it constantly is p-hacking the situation, going for profit motives. It does not resolve any of that. Science saying what you think it is, man.
So that's not that's not true, but also more importantly, B, do you believe that relativity can, ignoring problems with peer review, do you believe that relativity can be tested?
I mean, I'm sure you've got some form of like invocation towards so-called tests that you could say, but
so the way you just said that,
are we going back to the kinematics versus the dynamic situation again? Because if you're just going to measure something from your position on Earth and presume that you've got a three-dimensional warping thing going on in front of you, I mean, I get your invocation at that point, but it doesn't legitimize your fundamental invocation that necessarily relativity is the be-all and end-all. It doesn't arrive at that.
So do we recognize, do we agree on what scientific evidence is? Scientific evidence for X is, I have a hypothesis about X, it makes a prediction, a numerical prediction. When I test the hypothesis, I test a prediction, it comes out within
How do you test something?
Error bounds with an experiment.
Yeah, and what's the nature of an experiment? Have you got a control in there or not?
You can have controls. Yeah, you can. You try
so
to.
How are you controlling gravity then?
You try to control. You're trying to control for confounding variables.
Can't do it, can you?
What's that?
Just recognize the limitation of your capability so far as your claim is concerned. It'd be so fucking refreshing if you just recognize the limitations and we can move on. But your obfuscation from it, it's just like it kind of frustrates people a little bit.
I'm sure it does, because what I'm doing is giving you the actual correct answer, not the answer you want to hear.
The actual correct answer of what that you read in a text. Dude, there are no actual correct answers. Science doesn't presume to know it all. You should know that by now. Unless you're coming from the position that basically science knows all.
So what do you
are you so inclined to make that, like dastardly deed, to make that claim?
That'd be funny. Absolutely not. No. So what do you
there you go.
Experiment, what do you
humble yourself a little bit, sir?
And look,
you arrogant prick.
So just so you understand this, Ricky, I know that this is not how you see the world, but your position is actually the arrogant one. You have an overwhelming self-aggrandizing view of yourself and your position on science that makes it look like somebody who is just talking about science in the most mundane terms is the arrogant one. That's not my issue. Yeah, that's you.
Are you done?
No. Actually, I can continue.
Do you want to add any substance to your...
Yeah. I'm going to explain to you how I'm going to explain to you what you're wrong about. So if you go and do some research, if you look up the scientific method or whatever you want, you will find that there's nothing in there that says you have to control gravity. When they're talking about controls, they're talking about controlling for confounding variables. Are you familiar with that term?
Confounding variables.
Yes.
Familiar with that term? Yeah, I principally understand what you mean.
So that is what
controlling for confounding variables that are outside your ability to control, that you possibly can't. You don't know whether or not you can't control the things that you don't know you can't control.
So what do you think science holds about controlling for unknown confounding variables? Do you think science has a position on that?
Sorry, what was that? That was rather complex.
Okay. So in any interaction, we can always hypothesize that there is a magical space fairy that is controlling the outcome, right?
Yeah, like gravity. Yeah, sure.
We could hypothesize that. And we cannot control the magical space fairy. So
it's like the gravity gremlin.
So
it's like the gravity gremlin, I think they call it.
Sure, we can call it whatever you want. So how does science address the control of the magical space fairy?
Well, you don't control for the gravity, do you? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not aware of any scientific experiment that actually invokes the control of gravity. You tell me.
So this is a misunderstanding. So what you control for confounding variables that you are aware of. You control for all of those confounding variables that you're aware of.
So you're aware of gravity, and how do you control for it?
That's not a confounding variable.
No, but you just said that you're aware, like we are aware of gravity. You said that you control for all of the variables that you're aware of. If you're aware of gravity, is that the variable that you're controlling of or not? Yes. Word fucking salad, like.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Shit that comes out of your mouth, bro.
So
when you have a confounding variable, they're external and unaccounted for.
So we're going to take an experiment that is similar to what Cavendish did as our example.
Well, hold on. No. A confounding variable is something that's unaccounted for.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Okay, well then change the definition. They're external.
Do we want to get a citation on this?
They are external, unaccounted for factors in a research study. Yeah, I know you're afraid of the answer. Fucking dolt.
So have we got a, like, can we go for the explicit sort of definition here?
Yes. A confounding variable is an outside influence in the study that hides or distorts the true relationship between the independent and dependent variables. Okay, now.
All right. Confounding variables are external, unaccounted for factors in a research study that influence both the independent and dependent variables. There you have it.
Where's that definition from?
How to control for confounding variables. Researchers use several methods to prevent confounders from ruining their results. So they can do statistical control, they can do matching, they can do randomization. There's a bunch of different ways. There's a bunch of different ways. Sounds like a bunch of doublespeak. It's not doublespeak. This is part of the definition. This is a citation. Oh my God.
Dude, he's going to Hogwarts. He's got to talk about what happens in the Hogwarts literature. Okay, go ahead, Omni. What's happening at Hogwarts?
So, do you admit that you were wrong about confounding variables?
The fuck no. Get on with your explanation of what confounding variables are in your determination. Like whatever literature you're looking at.
Confounding variables are things that can interfere with your experiment. So, for example, doing
unaccounted for by definition.
So, but you control for them.
Unaccounted for by definition.
What you're supposed to do, guys, is control for them. You're supposed to control for those variables.
How can you control unknown variables?
You don't have to control unknown
variables. You absolute fucking dunce.
That's why you get the magical space fairy conundrum.
Let it be.
Dude, you are an actual clown. You are a red-nosed dumb fuck.
No, I'm teaching you. If you listen to me, I will teach this to you. It may be painful, but you will learn it. When you
all right, come down to El Paso. We'll make sure what's painful. Okay, come on down.
Yeah.
All right.
I can Reese is like ready. Reese is ready for bouting. This is crazy. Okay. I don't endorse this, but whatever.
Do you know? Look, I understand that you might be so upset that you would feel like you want to fight me. I promise you, it would be a big mistake.
I don't plan
You
on
just said
fighting.
noxious omni. Like,
I'm not the one who's threatening to go fight people, Ricksky.
well, I don't
Brother,
know,
you
dude. Like,
asked for my
you do, like,
address.
you are condescending. Like, I mean, if you don't think that like your condescending method won't get you slapped in the face, I mean, more fool you. I'm not here to
You asked
control
for
how
my
people
address.
ultimately behave, but
Do you not remember?
It'll be a big mistake, Omni said.
what are you gonna, like,
So
send a UFO after us?
I got a
we
feeling
had
Omni got a Nina. He got a pow pow.
Was he got like Xanax like hanging at the back door or something? It's like holding down security.
Nah, I got a feeling Omni packing heat.
Oh,
I was
okay.
looking at the definitions. I was looking at the definitions for confounding variable. I have one here. Something that affects the result of a scientific experiment in a way that makes it less clear that one thing causes another because it has an effect on one of the things that is being measured. Here's the second one. Confounding variable, plural confounding variables. An extraneous variable in a statistical model that correlates positively or negatively with both the dependent variable and the independent variable. Now, if you paid attention, there was two things clearly lacking in both of these definitions. The first one that was lacking was that this is unaccounted for. That was clearly not in the definitions. So I'm not
Yeah, it's called
sure.
unknown variables.
That is correct.
Unaccounted for.
Secondly, I will finish my statement.
Means their
The second
influence is unknown.
It's my statement. The second thing that was missing from both of these definitions was that it's an unknown variable. You didn't hear of these definitions also. So again, where did you get that from? I happen to be a translator. So what I do is I actually look up the definitions of meanings, and the definitions of the word do not say what you say they are saying. So where did you get that? I'm simply asking.
He's a professional.
Unaccounted for and unknown.
Ask them for a citation. See what happens.
So unaccounted for means unknown. Is that the disputation going on right now linguistically? Like, how do we handle this, Laurie?
So
You're the professional.
In which of these definitions did you hear unaccounted for?
Unknown. Did you say unknown at any point?
No. At no point was there word unknown. At no point was there unaccounted for. I can read the definitions again so you can listen if I say unknown. Confounding variable, something that affects the result of a scientific experiment in a way that makes it less clear that one thing causes another because it has an effect on one of the things that is being measured. No word of unknown was used in that sentence or definition.
And the second one?
Man, dude, the more definitions I read, the worse it is for you guys, man.
The second
It just doesn't get any better.
variable, the second definition, confounding variable, an extraneous variable in a statistical model that correlates positively or negatively with both the dependent variable and the independent variable. So again, I didn't use the word unknown there.
I appreciate that. So whereabouts do they account for the unknown? At which part of the formula do they actually try to account for the unknown?
The scientific method does not account for the unknown, for the absolute unknown, because you can always
Yeah, you call it dark matter, bro.
the magical space fairy, and you cannot control for it. You don't do it.
Like dark matter.
If you understood dark matter, we could talk about that. But anyway,
If you understood dark matter, that's the most hilarious statement I ever heard. As if you understand dark matter.
I'm not the one who brought it up. Unfortunately, you know,
Sounds like one of those
you
confounding
made me want to
variables.
cry.
Those unknown variables.
Yeah.
So, what you did,
Omni, like, do you actually presume that science has all of the answers already, or like?
No.
Is that the?
No.
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 No. So what's dark matter?
Dark matter is an invisible or undetectable phenomenon that presents
Unknown.
the effect that presents. I haven't said
unknown.
it.
Unknown.
That presents
Unknown
Just say it, bro.
that presents
unknown.
effects that we attribute.
I'm helping you out here.
I know you. I know you're trying. I know you're.
The
salty.
unknown variable.
When we, it's not an unknown variable.
Say it, bro. It's empowering. Embrace the unknown. Okay.
Checkmate.
You're very
go into the wilderness, Omni. Come to the wilderness with us. Let your imagination explore.
I will explain.
Where's Don at, dude? Don would love that, dude.
If you're willing, I will explain to you why dark matter does not fit that definition. Are you willing? Are you willing to risk it?
Yeah, rubber dub. Let's see what's go. Like, come on, scrub.
So that was a yes, but no. Yes, Omni.
I'm just trying to make it more entertaining than whatever you're like drawing out with.
Believe me, you are plenty entertaining. So the reason why dark matter doesn't fit that is because A, it's not a variable. It is a observation. So we see gravitational lensing and we say, oh, that looks like what gravity does. But usually we would see a mass causing the gravitational lensing, but we don't see that mass.
Oh, cut it out, dude.
Is that the kinematic or the
we know
dynamic?
better than that. You can't actually observe dark matter. That's why it's called dark matter, dude.
Yes. Okay, so I'll try this again. I'll say it more slowly. We see.
Oh, you said it slow enough in the first case. Speed it up, actually.
Undergoing
would be the proper strategy.
lensing. All right, Lion, are you with me so far? Undergoing gravitational lensing. Are you with me there, Lion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gravitational
Normally, we see something like a supermassive quasar that causes the gravitational lensing. Yeah, are you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay, but in this case, we see the lensing, but we do not see the quasar. Yes?
Yes.
So we say this is an effect we attribute to gravity. We attribute gravitational lensing to the force of gravity. It has a specific signature that other things don't provide. The only thing that we see that does that is gravitational lensing. However, in this case, we don't see the supermassive object causing the lensing.
And just to clarify, You're saying that 96% of all the observations don't share this mass that you're trying to attribute to this cause?
Not 96% of all the observations. No.
Well, you said the quasar. Typically, we see the quasar, but actually, the majority of your observation doesn't have this because that's what dark matter is. It's the majority.
So gravitational lensing is just one of the observations of dark matter. I think in most of the cases where we see gravitational lensing, I believe we do see, at least as of a few years ago, we do see the object.
Most of the cases that have this expectation of the quasar, right? But that's not the majority of what you see, right? The majority of what you see is the dark matter, the dark energy.
No. So when we see, so the first way that we
it's not the majority.
Look for evidence of gravitational lensing was looking at massive objects we could see.
So you don't have 20 times more dark observation. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure.
Dark, dude, the truth is, I don't know why you're trying to deflect. The truth is, the dark energy, dark matter is the unknown variable. It is the missing mass. You guys don't know what it is after billions of dollars spent trying to isolate it. It's been unsuccessful, dude.
No.
So it is an unknown variable. You're still in pursuit of it.
It's not. No. For an unknown variable, it has to be, for a confounding variable, it has to be in a experiment.
Yeah, you don't have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't even carry out an experiment.
Well, we do carry out these experiments. We carry out these experiments.
You're just making it worse, Omni.
No,
you're cooked, bro.
Look, if you understand what I'm saying, if you follow along, so I just gave you an example. I walked you through an example where you see. Are you talking, Risky? I have you turned up. I see you flashing. I don't
No,
know.
he's not talking. He's not talking.
Okay.
Is Tarrant actually a flat earther, or is he just a troll?
So
he's a flat earther troll. Both.
So he's just a troll. Why isn't he banned?
No, he's a flat earther too. But his tactic is to troll.
No, he can't. He can't be a flat earther and trolling to make flat Earth look ridiculous.
Okay, then I'm going with flat earther. He's a real flat earther. Incredibly.
He's one of the
you guys
best.
worked out what I am yet?
So
you ready? Okay, Omnivore wants to say something.
Lion. I walked you through an example. I walked you through an example. There is no experiment in this example. This is just a observation. We see gravitational lensing. The only thing that we know that creates that particular kind of lensing, that particular kind of distortion is gravity. So, and when we look for gravitational lensing, and we look at supermassive objects between us and another light source, we see the lensing. So we see what we expect to in a large, I would say a majority of cases, although I don't know at what time, and I don't know how our investigations into gravitational lensing have progressed after a couple of years. So, but we see the lensing and we see how it works according to the gravitational theory, and it confirms what we would expect to see. Are you with me so far? This is not an experiment. We're not doing an experiment yet. We're just saying the theory says this, we look for this, and we see this. Now, there are additional cases where we look for this, we see the effect, but we do not see the cause. And so, therefore, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that something else, some other thing, is causing gravitational lensing the appearance of gravitational lensing. That's theory A. Theory B is there is mass causing the gravitational lensing, but that mass is somehow invisible to us. That's theory B. So we don't know which it is, but that does not make it an unknown variable. That just makes it an observation where we see an effect of